And I know how that if you have a system where the doctors and the laboratory scientists work hand in hand, sometimes what is not thinking about, you can decide to report and show that this is it. And oftentimes it helps. So with this multiplex testing, if we make it a kind of routine investigation, I want to believe that it will give us a way forward as a country, and the laboratory will be well respected, and the patient will be able to have good attention in terms of management. That is all I want to say. Thank you, Paul McCoy, for this wonderful presentation, and I appreciate all my panelists for what they have said. I just want to add a voice to it. Thank you.
Very, very much, Dr. Thank you. You can see that given a 1-minute notice to all medical lab scientists in Nigeria, they will be able to say 1 or 2 things on any subject matter. None of us was pre-informed about this panel discussion, but I can see from our various contributions that we've made significant impact. The summary of all of our contributions through this discussion was that, 1, we need integrated disease testing and surveillance. It is possible to do that through multiplexing genomic approach. And that these platforms are going to be available courtesy of the contribution and synergy of the US CDC and various levels of government, primary, secondary, and tertiary. And that as med lab scientists, we have responsibilities. The responsibility to be educated. We are all educated, very educated. But when it comes to proactive involvement and engagement, we have to renew our energy. And we have to carry out or carry along all the stakeholders. For instance, at the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, where I work, as a result of these advances, we have capacity to produce primers, courtesy of the partnership between NIMA and MTN Foundation. We have what we call oligosynthesizer that can be used to synthesize our primers of anything. Just what you need is just to look at your primer design, tell us the number of bases in your primers, and then send it to that unit, and they will synthesize it for you, thus reducing the cost of procuring and making available primers for use. So these things are doable. We can collaborate. We can always network. And the power of teamwork is highly enormous. So all of us, wherever we work, at different centers, we must collaborate. We must network. Mark Paul Okoye is always there to give us ideas. I was commending him earlier on for bringing on board or resuscitating the Foundation for Laboratory Leadership and Management. These are some of the weapons that we need in order to achieve this integrated testing and surveillance. And with all of us thinking alike, working alike, networking with government at all levels, engaging them in necessary discussion, not necessarily fighting anybody. We have gone beyond an era where you fight with muzzles. The era in which we are in now as scientists is fighting with brain, thinking, how can we advance our health system at whatever level we find ourselves? And I think this will be the summary of the panel discussion. I want to, on behalf of the President of the Association of Medical Lab Scientists of Nigeria, thank Mr. Mark Paul Okoye for providing us this platform for the conversation. And I also want to thank my co-panelists for, at a very impromptu notice, getting ready to be part of the and for being part of it. I want to thank all of us. And I want to thank the audience for the rapt attention you have given to us. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. All right, once again, a round of applause for the panelists. A round of applause for them, please. Within very short notice, they've been able to do justice to the topic presented by McPaul Okoye. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. To spice up this event this morning, while they're taking the photograph, the MCs have always been at a better advantage to observe and look out for faces who have been very, very consistent by virtue of always being on the podium in all of our programs. And we've just sat there and we've done a little discussion. And there is this couple, two medical laboratory scientists. Of course, we know we have medical laboratory scientists married to medical laboratory scientists. Am I correct? Am I correct? Now, there is this couple, very distinguished couple, who have never missed our annual conferences for years. And each time they come for conferences, for every day they present themselves in the hall, they come looking unique, flashy, with the same dress. And on this note, please, with express permission, as MCs of this event, we've sat together. And although without an award, please, I would like us to put our hands together for the MCs MLS couple of the decade, Pastor and Mrs. Ademuyiwa. A round of applause for them. Please, can you just rise? Let them see you. Rise up, rise up, rise up. We can do better than that, please. Let's keep clapping. Daddy, I was expecting you will hug your wife. Hug her, hug her. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can please have your seat. So whenever you see them, please address them as the MLS couple of the decade. All right? All right, thank you so much. All right, we have representatives of the students' body, the Nigerian Medical Laboratory Scientists Association of Nigeria. Sorry? Nigerian Medical Laboratory Scientists Science Students Association. Sorry, I was once an ESCO of that body. And they are here to solicit for our support towards their convention that is coming up on the 31st January to 4th February 2024. The best we can do for them is to give them that support in whatever way we can. And please, can we have the president and the secretary just rise up for recognition? David Abba is the president and Atiku Joshua is the secretary. Wherever you are, please just look at them where they are. That's the president and secretary of the student body. That's Nimelsa. So they will be going round to seek for your support with the express permission of the national president. So please, when they come to you, kindly do well to support your program. So I think you can go ahead to do that. The next presentation is going to be a little deviation from what we've had. We've had physical presentations this morning. The next is going to be a virtual presentation. And the topic is artificial intelligence and quality medical laboratory services, opportunities and challenges. And this will be taken by Professor John Aneto from the Department of Chemical Pathology, University of Ibadan. And please, before the media proceed to projecting on the screen, may I humbly welcome on stage Dr. Bako Hawa for a little introduction for this topic. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage. A round of applause, a round of applause. We can do better than that. A round of applause. Dr. Bako Hawa, please, can we have you on stage? Thank you.
Let me start by correcting the impression. I'm still on the PhD. I was called upon to present a paper on behalf of my mentor, Professor John Aneto, And I had to call him back and tell him he should send the recorded version because I can't stand in for a professor of chemical pathology. So he's supposed to be here, but he's unavoidably absent he's in Nairobi for the Royal Academy of Science. So please, my apologies. It's too big a topic for me as a beginner. So you would have to watch the recording and I may take questions on his behalf. Thank you.
Aspects of our life. And of course, healthcare is no exception, and specifically laboratory medicine or medical laboratory science. So this afternoon, we shall be looking at the role of artificial intelligence in the delivery of quality laboratory services. We shall be looking at the benefits, opportunities, and the hurdles that will be associated with it. I have no conflict of interest except that I believe in responsible use of science and technology for the progress of society and benefit. This presentation will broadly be guided by the displayed outline. We shall look at laboratory science and medicine that is now at the mercy of rapid development in science and technology. We shall look at what artificial intelligence is all about. We shall look at some historical development. We shall look at the revolutionizing role of AI in healthcare. Then we shall focus on clinical laboratory science. Then we shall look at the relationship or the possible role or impact of AI on quality assurance. Then we examine briefly the promise or opportunities. And we shall look at some ethical concerns which appear to be the main drawback or possible drawback of artificial intelligence. Then some conclusion and a few. Before we delve into the topic per se, it's probably proper to look at what I call global development and the big global questions, which include climate change, genetically modified crops, in vitro fertilization, artificial intelligence, which is the focus of today's discussion. Then we ask ourselves, is global peace today one of the big questions we have to answer, and of course, ethics. Now, before we proceed, I always like to quote a man I respect so much. He was a great scientist, Sir William Thomson, was a professor of mathematical physics at the University of Glasgow, and I'm sure his concept has something to offer us, which is widely known as to know something. Quoting Lord Kelvin, I often say that when you can measure what you are speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. But when you cannot measure it, when you cannot express it in numbers, your knowledge is of a meager and unsatisfactory kind. It may be the beginning of knowledge, but you have scarcely, in your thoughts, advanced to the state of science, whatever the matter be. So we now ask ourselves, is AI advancing to the stage of science? And if that's the case, is the time right to apply it to laboratory medicine? As we proceed, we shall be able to answer this question. But I believe that medical laboratory scientists or the medical laboratory science community must try to actively engage in interrogating. There is a lot of uncertainty about artificial intelligence, and largely because we cannot predict the future. And as Dennis Gabor once said, although the future cannot be predicted, we can invent the future. So even though we cannot predict the future, we can begin to invent the future of laboratory science and medicine by engaging emerging technologies, of which AI is one. It shouldn't be taken as something that is frightening or an enemy that we should slam our. And that brings me to what one might call the core mission of pathology or laboratory medicine. The mission of every pathology, if we may recall, or medical laboratory, is the constant provision of timely and accurate test results for the purpose of collaborating with other members of the healthcare team with the aim of delivering good or quality healthcare. Pursuant of this mission, it promises to be greatly enhanced by a professional environment where all personnel may learn and practice the highest standards of laboratory science and medicine, where these standards are recognized and practiced constantly. And AI, as we shall soon see, promises to advance this very. And then that brings us to the aspect of patient-centered care. As much as possible, currently there is discussion about patient-centered care. And then we want to incorporate aspects of mission and values aligned to patient goal, that care is collaborative, coordinated, and accessible, and that physical comfort and emotional well-being are given priority, that the patient and family viewpoints are respected, and of course that patients and family always included in decisions for effective care, and that family is welcome in healthcare setting. And finally, that everything is done transparently and fast delivery of information is ascertained. And of course, in all these respects, big data will play a role. And of course, this will help us to be more patient-centered as a healthcare ecosystem. And of course, the laboratory plays a very central role in this, and AI promises to be very contributive. So before we delve too deeply into the contribution of artificial intelligence to quality laboratory medicine, we may want to ask ourselves the elementary question, what is artificial intelligence? We all know that artificial intelligence is a derivative of computer science and associated quantitative sciences like digital science. The goal of artificial intelligence is to produce machines that can perform at par with human intelligence, if not exceeding it. And of course, it incorporates machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, large language models. The paper by Alois and his colleague that examined the revolutionizing role of artificial intelligence is sufficiently instructive, and the laboratory aspect was not left out. This is a very good summary telling us of the great promise of artificial intelligence, particularly in the area of diagnostic and specifically in now, of course, from what we have seen, we know that the use of machine learning to create knowledge that is identical with human intelligence is very convenient and ordinarily should be welcomed. But then, as human beings, any new development is associated with some uncertainties, some anxieties, some concerns. But I think we should be more open and look at the more positive aspect of this new. And of course, just like I said, there are apprehensions, there are worries. And a few people like Ketan Paranajap and his colleagues have looked at the state of application of artificial intelligence at the moment, looking at the value of artificial intelligence in laboratory medicine, how well has it been adopted, and they have found out that at the moment only about 20% or less than 20% are adopting, and about 60% are still contemplating, largely because of what I said, that there are apprehensions, there are worries, but this needs to be discussed, and medical laboratory science medical laboratory science community in Nigeria need to be involved. Artificial intelligence is not new. We know that as far back as the early 1940s, there were already discussions about artificial intelligence. Then by 1950, it became more pronounced. Then by 1955, it was still galloping. By 1974, there was greater awareness, and by 1980, fruits of artificial intelligence were beginning to be seen and adopted in some centers, and by 2000, it became more pronounced, and of course now it's pervasive and it's affecting all aspects of life: health, agriculture, information, web, and what have you. So, haven't looked at the historical development, then it remains for us to look at, are there opportunities of artificial intelligence in the delivery of medical laboratory services? Of course, we know that it promises to be an exquisite diagnostic tool aiding system. And of course, we already know that in spite of the considerable advances in medical science, effective diagnosis remains a challenge up to the moment. And of course, artificial intelligence promises to help us out in this difficulty. And of course, some of the areas that artificial intelligence is particularly promising include genomic laboratory services, disease surveillance, predicting of emerging disease threats. We all recall how the COVID pandemic suddenly overtook the world by surprise. We know that artificial intelligence, if it has been properly deployed and well entrenched into the health system, would have been helpful in this regard. We also know that artificial intelligence promises to help in personalized laboratory workup, so that we won't just be looking at the whole gamut of things. We can tailor things to a given individual. And of course, it gives insight into genetic markers associated with disease susceptibility and risk assessment. And of course, also, it is relevant in detecting complex pattern of genetic variants plus disease risk prediction. You all agree with me that these are laudable promises that should be pursued for quality clinical laboratory service. Now, we may ask ourselves, is scientific integrity a problem? And can AI come to our rescue? As scientists, if we are going to be sincere with ourselves, we know that scientific integrity is a principle of scientific thought that corresponds to a kind of utter honesty. But again, not just in our profession, we know that in the larger professional scientific community, there has been breach of scientific integrity. And it is not in doubt that AI will help regard. And that brings me again to another issue of diversity. Of recent, there has been this tendency towards inclusiveness. We don't want to integrate, we want to exist in silos. That is not compatible with current thinking in science. You know, current thinking is diversity, and this is married with particularly medicine, a sector to which we belong, and this promises to lead to a future that is very functional and will lead to very robust healthcare delivery. And if we may look at what Nicholas Long from the Imperial College London said, through a combination of chemistry, biology, imaging sciences, and medicine, we will soon be able to discover how each one of our bodies works and what we need to stay healthy and live better. Of course, AI will play a very significant role in this, and the one more is be interested in AI. As I alluded earlier on, we need to add value to laboratory medicine. In a paper we published, I think it was 2022, we try to draw awareness to this. You know, the need to pursue incorporation of markers of oxidative stress in the common markers we use, using clinical chemistry as an example, and bring in a kind of risk assessment in diagnostic testing and even biotherapy, you know. And of course, we know that AI will help in this regard, integrating everything and promote the quality of service. We must also ensure that the cyber security is backed with policy, and we must collaborate among with developers of artificial intelligence and of course with regulators. We must also ensure guidelines and standards are in place, and we must raise awareness, educate the community about the artificial intelligence. While talking about the advantage, we can also let them know some of the possible breaches which we must attempt as much as possible to address. And then finally, we must eschew potential adverse sequelae and ethical breach, which is the major. Finally, I want to talk about what I call admonition for quality service that may not be scientific but very relevant. And if people found it offensive, please forgive. But I think it's relevant. On the contrary, Saint Joseph Maria said, you must understand now more clearly that God is calling you to serve Him and in from the ordinary material and secular activities of human life. He awaits us everywhere, in the laboratory, in the operating theater, in the army barracks, in the university, in the factory, in the workshop, in the fields, in the home, and in all the immense panorama of work. Understand this well. There is something holy, something divine, hidden in the most ordinary situations, and it is up to you to discover it. I can tell you that our age needs to give back to material nature and to the most trivial occurrences and situations, their noble and original meaning. And AI promises to help us in advancing this. And of course, AI will help all of us in this divine mission given to every man without exception. And in closing, I will say, love your work and put in your best. Collaborate with others using new technologies like digital systems and artificial intelligence. So the conversation on AI and the digital space must. A few acknowledgements. I wish to express my profound appreciation to the President of Association of Medical Lab Scientists of Nigeria, Professor James Dame, and his team, especially Dr. Hawa Bako and others too numerous to list here, for the invitation to share my thoughts in this. And of course, I thank you, and if there are some comments or questions, I'm prepared to take them. Thank you again.
Hello. Okay. This is working. Thank you for your audience. I think, as a matter of seriousness, I need to try and complete the PhD because the doctor seems to be following me everywhere. So, as we have seen, or as Prof. Aneto has discussed, AI has come to stay. In Sena Climes, we're already looking into AI surgeries. They are taking over the field of surgery, so you just go to the theater and a machine operates you. And it's also going to the laboratory. At a point, I stumbled on a machine, I think in South Africa, yes, where the only thing you do in the histopathology lab is just watch the machine. As the sample is brought fixed, the machine will stain it. It will process the tissue, stain it, read the slides, and give you a result. So basically, the technicians, the scientists, and the pathologists are just mere observers in the lab. AI is coming, and we must accept the fact that it is coming. It's not coming to take up our jobs. That's why we keep saying, try as much as you can to get new skills. Because with the advancement in sciences, it will get to a time where maybe, I don't know, we may not be employed. So I'll be here to take questions on behalf of Professor Aneto. If there are any questions, please. But don't ask the questions you ask a professor, please.
Okay, please, Mrs. Nonye Omahi, she has contribution to make. I think she's working on something related to AI. As in one application where you say, when you just get just say, I need 10 million, it will give you 10 million. I need that application, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. Those of you following me on LinkedIn will know that I'm taking a course on AI. And in fact, it's just amazing. I'm just and it's interesting to note that I got the nomination on LinkedIn, $8,500. That's what that training costs. And I can tell you that all Prof has said is correct. If you paid attention to the slide I had talked about large language model, deep learning, and natural language processing, it may sound vague to you, but that is where we come in. For instance, the large language model means the domain where you are, you feed in the data required as a subject matter expert. Do you understand what I'm talking about now? So that means some of us, like I keep saying, some of us have to leave the bench and start picking up these skills. Because when the people, you saw him say, work with those developing the apps. For you to develop an app, you also need a subject matter expert. So if you're going to have an app that works in the lab, it is you and I that have to understand what is happening there. So you need to start taking courses like data analytics, bioinformatics. The surgery she talked about, very correct. When we went for the WTO workshop, we went to a site where they were teaching the doctors how to perform surgery. In fact, I handheld it, the robotic. As you are holding it, you are slicing something. I can tell you it's for real. And it's coming to the lab. Remember when we were doing manual and we now went over to automation, and some people were having a laid-back attitude towards that. Now automation has taken over. Now we're talking about AI. If you look at smart, some of us have smart wristwatches, right? That is the trend now. I saw a watch that is going to be able to, through the sweat, pick up some analysis to know your sugar and also pick up your vital signs. That one is already working. The problem now is the ethics, the regulation, and patient confidentiality. And that is also where you and I come in. Because the regulators would have to get knowledge of all these things as well. Take courses on ICT, take courses on digital revolution, because of course, government, even Nigerian government has gone E. So we can't be found wanting, my dear colleagues. Please step out and take all these courses. Once you take them, you are better, you can give more information, and we can make ourselves very relevant. So I know why it's taking, there's a lag. I saw him say about 20% uptake. The reason is just because we don't know, not many of us know it. Not just in the medical lab sector, I can tell you in the whole of the health sector, we are still lagging behind in applying AI. But I can tell you it's coming up very fast. Imaging, you can see what is happening in the area of imaging, the same thing. So it's not really going to take per se, like we're worried about automation, take your job. Even automation, all you need to know is have the knowledge. Quality control has a lot of area where we are going to come in and feed in as a subject matter experts. And I'll end with this. Remember, we're in the 4th industrial revolution. The first one was the steam engine. The second one was electricity. The third one is the internet. The fourth one is AI. AI, talk about machine learning, Internet of Things, and the rest of that, and every other thing that revolves around robotics. And we can't be found wanting. Our profession cannot be found wanting. And if you ask me to say, I will tell you that in the health sector, AI will affect us most because we are the ones that deal with most of the data in the health sector. If you understand where I'm going to. So that's just the brief I want to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleague. On a lighter note, I was nominated for a training and someone asked me, where do I think AI should come in? The best sector in Nigeria, I said the executives. We should have robots as senators, as House of Reps members, and governors, and the judiciary. I think that's where we need it most before we start coming into science. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Please don't go there. Don't go there. Off the mic. Off the mic. Off that mic, I beg. With the Abuja, oh. I want to go back to Zamfara peacefully. Please. Thank you very much, Professor Aneto, and also sister. Don't worry. I know very soon you will answer that doctor with full confidence. Huh? We also like this opportunity to say thank you to our partners once again. Very important. And also we have some distinguished personalities here in our midst too. Dr. Henry Oshilonya, the senior lecturer with University of Delta Abo in Delta State. We acknowledge your presence. The branch chairman too, and all other chairmen of branches in Nigeria. Dr. Mohibi Ibrahim, the permanent secretary that was introduced before, permanent secretary under banking and finance, is a medical laboratory scientist, please, for your information. So please let us put our hands together once again for them. Dr. Charity Ihanacho, we acknowledge your presence, director with the medical laboratory services in Youth. We also have with us here Dr. Oba Benjamin. Then Mrs. Nonye Omahi, you're also highly acknowledged and appreciated, please. Let us put our hands together for all of them. Thank you. As it is now, we will be taking something else, but before then, we will also like to acknowledge the presence of our father, the provost of Federal School of Medical Laboratory Technology, Jos Obong N.S. Etukudo. Please put your hands together once again for him. You're welcome, sir. We have our next paper presentation before a product presentation by Fox Med. Pharmacist Uchenna Elemuwa, a director with pharmacovigilance, director of pharmacovigilance under NAFDAC, has a paper to present to us now with a topic overview of pharmacovigilance, the role of medical laboratory scientists. Please, if you're ready, Ma, I would like you to come and do justice to this topic. Please let us acknowledge her with a round of applause. Yes. Not forgetting the fact that you can see the husband is clapping more than any one of us here. Yeah? Dr. Chris Elemowa. Yes, so.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. May I stand on the already existing protocol? I will be presenting on overview of pharmacovigilance, the role of medical lab scientists. The presentation, please. I want to use this opportunity to first and foremost thank the president of this great association for giving me the opportunity to speak to these great professionals. We know the theme for this year's conference is universal health coverage. And we know that patient safety is at the center of it. Safety monitoring of medicines, and other medical products are very, very critical. Are very, very critical in our health system. You cannot be talking about achieving universal health coverage without ensuring that patient safety is at the center of our hearts, all healthcare providers. And what is pharmacovigilance? Is this thing working? Okay. So what is pharmacovigilance? We know that pharmacovigilance is the science and activities relating to detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of all adverse drug reactions and any other drug-related problem, such as drug abuse, issues of misuse, medication error, lack of efficacy, and counterfeits. And why do we really want to talk about pharmacovigilance? Going back to history, in the 60s, we know about the issue of the thalidomide, where we had a wonder medicine that mothers were using for early morning sickness. The medicine was really wonderful at that point in time, but the complete safety profile of that medicine was not really known. So many countries allowed the use of this medicine. It was only the United States Food and Drug Administration that said, no, we're not going to allow the use of this medicine within our own population for now. And what's the reason behind it? They were thinking that for this wonder medicine that has just come out, they don't really understand the true safety profile of this medication. 10 years down the line, in the use of this medication, we started seeing issues of mothers giving birth to what? Phocomelic babies. And it became an international embarrassment. What's happening? How can we have over 10,000 children, babies born by mothers, being phocomelic? And when we're talking about phocomelia, we're looking at children without limbs, born without limbs, and this necessitated the World Health Assembly.
Sorry, please. If you know you have a paper for abstract, please, that you've presented, please see us at the scientific session, please. Very urgent. Abstract presentation, please, very quickly, now. Thank you. Sorry for this.
So, phocomelic babies, and this necessitated the World Health Assembly in the 60s to call an emergency meeting. And during this emergency meeting, they started investigation. It was at that point that it was noted that the culprit was the thalidomide that mothers were taking for their early morning sickness. This became an international embarrassment, and this necessitated the World Health Assembly to establish a global body by WHO for international drug safety monitoring. And at that point, they all called all countries who are signatories to the World Health Assembly to go back to their different countries and establish the pharmacovigilance system, which is simply drug safety monitoring. So there is nothing much we can actually do if we understand that patient safety is critical, be it in the use of medications, be it even in our laboratory analysis, be it in the use of medical devices, herbal medicines, then it becomes very critical that all healthcare providers should pay adequate attention. Please, I don't know whether this is moving. Okay. So, Nigeria became the 74th member country in 2004, joining the WHO International Body for Drug Safety Monitoring. And that was the birth of pharmacovigilance in Nigeria. housed by NAFDAC, the National Pharmacovigilance Center. Why do we say so? Simply, as a regulatory authority that certifies medicines to be used and released within the country, the best place to situate a center for drug safety monitoring can only be in NAFDAC, because this will help us identify problems from the field, from use of medicines with patients, interfacing with healthcare providers, so that whatever information we get from the public, we can actually make informed regulatory decisions. So, the MPC House reactions. And the pharmacovigilance ensures what? Patient safety. By my introduction, we want to be sure that medications that we have allowed pharmacovigilance also helps us to put in place measures to minimize risks and also provide appropriate and timely information to relevant stakeholders to ensure safe and rational use of medicines in the health systems. And by this, it helps to effectively implement pharmacovigilance as a result from the regulatory framework being granted to NAFDAC as their mandate. The goal of pharmacovigilance simply adverse reactions and interactions and other noxious drug-induced problems. It also helps us to also detect increases in frequencies of unknown adverse drug reactions, identify predisposing risk factors, and possible mechanisms underlying adverse drug reactions. It also helps us to promote rational and safe use of medicines, educate and inform patients, communicate and assess risk benefits of medicines on the market, and be able to take informed regulatory decisions. One thing we need to understand is that our country is 70% dependent on imported medications, be it medical devices and others. A lot of herbal preparations are also there in the market for use. Issues of drug-drug interactions, issues of drug-food interactions, a lot of predisposing risk factors expose patients to actually experiencing these adverse drug reactions. Without monitoring them and providing evidence, there's little or nothing that the regulatory authority can do. We know there are challenges in clinical trials. A lot of clinical trials are not done within our own populations for medications that we have allowed in the market for use. Issues of using patients with specific disease conditions in terms of conducting clinical trial also has its limitations. Issues of not taking into consideration different drug-drug interactions during the clinical trial phase is also a limitation. When these products come into the market, it's supposed to be now used widely. Patients who were not studied within the clinical trial environment use this medication. Also, people with comorbid conditions, which were not also studied within the clinical trial environment, also use this medication. So we begin to see that in real-life situations, drug-drug interactions, predisposing risk factors, and other genetic differences make it possible for patients to experience adverse reactions and adverse events, be it as a result of drugs, vaccines, medical devices, chemicals, cosmetics, and others, which are within the scope of pharmacovigilance in Nigeria. Now, the legal framework, just like I've said before, falls within the mandate of NAFDAC, and this has given us the legal backing for pharmacovigilance in Nigeria. There are several stakeholders that are supposed to be conducting pharmacovigilance. Who are they? You and me. Anybody who uses medication, medical devices, herbal products, chemicals, cosmetics, you're part of the stakeholders for pharmacovigilance. Our children use it. Our family members use it. So understanding the need to do pharmacovigilance is very, very, very critical, because one report by a vigilant healthcare provider may save a 1,000,000 lives. I give you an example. We have had issues where medicines are recalled from the market, either banned, medicines that are already in use. One that comes very close to mind is the issue of the mypikin mixture, which happened within Nigeria, where children were rushed into University Teaching Hospital, Ibadan, with an end-stage kidney situation. It took a vigilant approach of a healthcare provider who started monitoring that, say, why are we having a lot of children coming in with end kidney stage? And they started asking the mothers. At that point, they raised a report to NAFDAC. What did we do at that point in time? We quickly went into investigation, quarantined all the mypikin mixtures in the hospital, and conducted laboratory analysis. It was at that point that we noted that the mypikin mixtures were contaminated with diethylene glycol, which has negative implication on kidney failures. The real chemical that was supposed to be used in the preparation of paracetamol and mypikin mixture syrups is propylene glycol. But you can see, as a result of unscrupulous businessmen, they chose to take ethylene glycol, thinking it's the same thing, because propylene glycol, diethylene glycol, all of them are glycols. But there are differences and there are implications. So you can see that one single report, by the time we were able to arrest that situation, we had lost about 123 children in count officially. What about the children in the villages that were not able to get to the hospitals? What about those who were still using them without understanding the real implication of that contamination? So, and having a chaotic distribution of medicines within our own system where everybody can access any type of medicine is really a big challenge in our system. And as healthcare workers, if we have to change that dynamics, there is need for all to be vigilant. And that is why I'm so happy being here to actually bring the gospel of pharmacovigilance to all of us. Because whether we like it or not, we are all involved. Remember, we have children, we have families everywhere. One report we have failed to make, even when we see it, becomes a problem. And we know in the medical parlance, what is stated is do no harm. So when you know, report so that that situation can be remedied. So there are legal documents backing pharmacovigilance in Nigeria. We have our national PV policy. We also have our regulations. We have our guidelines that narrates the key roles and responsibilities of all healthcare providers in pharmacovigilance in Nigeria. So what are the methods of reporting pharmacovigilance in Nigeria? We have our voluntary and mandatory reporting mechanisms. And when we say voluntary, it simply means for the healthcare providers who are not the manufacturers of the medicine, but as a result of your ethical responsibility to your patients, you are mandated indirectly to report any adverse event, any adverse drug reaction, any medication error, or otherwise that will affect the safety of patients in every treatment process. Remember, it is important for all of us to know that the gospel that we're preaching today is that we should all have patient safety at the center of our hearts. Because when you have patient safety at the center of your heart, being a healthcare provider, your ethical responsibility will always come up at every point of patient treatment interface. So it is critical. For the mandatory aspect of it, we're talking about the marketing authorization holders, the manufacturers, that we said as long as they are bringing in medicines and other medical products for sale and for business, they must have a system in place to monitor the safe use of their products in the market. So the passive monitoring is such that the healthcare provider reports whatever they see while in practice, taking that responsibility of patient safety as your professional and ethical responsibility to your patients. For the mandate, for the active pharmacovigilance of the health pursuit, this is when you decide to do a kind of a study looking at a particular medication, a particular drug event combination to see or to study in-depthly the outcome or the implications of safety of that product while in a particular group of patients. So who is to report? Who should report? I've said it, all of us. Be you a doctor, be you a pharmacist, a nurse, a medical lab scientist, even community health workers, traditional medicine practitioners, everybody, including the public, has that mandate. As long as you use medicine, or you give medicine, or you prescribe medicine, the onus lies on you as your ethical and professional responsibility to your patient, always thinking that patient safety must be at the center of your heart. So, what is to be reported? We begin to see issues of lack of efficacy, adverse drug reactions, adverse events following immunizations, issues of overdose, misuse or abuse of medicines, issues of medication error, counterfeit or substandard medicines. Because the tools that we use in tracking medicine safety in Nigeria identifies all these events. So when a medicine has been used in the right way, for the right patient, for the right indication, for the right dose, right route, and all the rights that are involved, and there is a negative reaction or a harmful reaction arising from it, is simply called an adverse drug reaction. But when there is a failure in one of the rights, remember, all the rights being done, and there is a harmful effect, results to adverse drug reaction. But once there is an error or a wrong in any of the rights, it becomes what? A medication error. And when you begin to report issues of lack of efficacy, for example, we begin to see a report coming and it says lack of efficacy from this particular drug. We see the same another report from another state. Just like that, our system automatically picks it up and goes into investigation of taking samples from the market and evaluating them. And that's how we identify counterfeit and substandard medicines. So one report that you have made can actually provide evidence for regulatory-based decision-making by NAFDAC. And all these are geared towards ensuring patient safety. So when do I report? When should I report? Once there is a suspicion. Because our system is growing, we don't expect all healthcare providers to begin to do causality assessment. So once there is a suspicion of an adverse or a harmful effect resulting from the use of medicine, we say report. If it is a serious one, we say report. For new drugs, we say report because at that point, it helps us to characterize the safety profile of that medication. For example, when the COVID came into place, the pandemic, because a lot of clinical trials were not done within our own population, and a lot of rumors and things like that, what did we do at that point in time? We set systems in place to track every reactions, events resulting from the use of medicines, we use both passive and an active method to actually help us to characterize the safety of COVID-19 vaccines used within our own population. We conducted cohort event monitoring studies, phase 1, where we looked at 3,000 patients selected across 6 geopolitical zones in 6 health institutions located in 6 geopolitical zones. We monitored the vaccinees for 3 months to identify and record all the events resulting after the use of the COVID. Then, because we don't understand whether there are events that may have occurred within that first 3 months, we went into phase 3 to also recruit about 20,000 and actually follow them up for a year to see the patterns of events that they could report. So pharmacovigilance helps us to track issues of safety of medicines, safety of vaccines within our population, and to be able to help NAFDAC take informed regulatory decisions. So, for the role of the medical lab scientists, what are we supposed to do? As healthcare providers, we are supposed to do what? Be vigilant, monitor and report. Observation is a key aspect of your role in patient safety. The need to be vigilant and monitor for all manners of complications resulting from medication use is critical. Detection and reporting of all medicines-related and other problems resulting from the use of medicines and medical products is also very critical, because one of your reports can save 1 million lives. Communication is an important aspect of patient safety. We are in a situation where we have different professions, interprofessional rivalries, and others. If we are all working in concerted efforts to ensure that patient safety is at the center of our hearts, open and clear communication among all healthcare providers handling patient treatment is very, very, very critical. Why I said so, what a doctor may have missed, a pharmacist in the dispensing of that medicine may have identified it. Where a patient is already having an adverse drug reaction and samples are taken to the laboratory for analysis, results from the laboratory analysis can actually be a good pointer for the healthcare provider to understand the patient's condition and be able to apply real medications or real medical treatments. So you begin to see that every healthcare provider's role is very, very, very critical to ensure patient safety. The need to possess and understand a patient's condition and any medication, procedures, or treatments that the patient is receiving is very critical in identifying potential safety issues in the patient. Abnormal laboratory results can be the first pointer of safety-related issues. So you begin to see the critical role where you stand in ensuring patient safety. Patient education is also very, very, very critical. We know in those days, we begin to see how patient behavior. For example, patients will have come to a lab, maybe they have an infection, they go to a particular lab, do laboratory tests, and they identify, say, for example, this is just an example, say gonorrhea. And in those days, you begin to see healthcare providers prescribing 280 milligram gentamicin, which we used to have 280 milligram. I'm sure most of us know about it. And they will give it to the patient daily for 5 days. Next time, the patient may also have that kind of infection, but not willing to get back to the same lab, goes to another place without providing the information of what he or she has been given in previous situations. Now, as a result of a careful monitoring of a nephrologist, you begin to see that gentamicin 280 milligram in 2 ml ampoule is very nephrotoxic. that report came to us. Because what we do in NAFDAC is evidence-based. 280 milligram of gentamicin in 2 ml is toxic, nephrotoxic. And investigations were done. And I'm sure gentamicin, we all know, is not a bad medication. But for that dose, is the risk outweighs the benefits. Because in assessing patient safety, risk-benefit assessment is very, very, very critical. We are always hoping that in every treatment process, benefit must always outweigh the risk. But when the risk begins to outweigh the benefit, you begin to seek for alternative medications. So, by a careful monitoring of a healthcare provider, that information has been changed. Now we don't have gentamicin 280 milligram in 2 ml ampoule in circulation. So anywhere you see it, please, is a no touch. We know that we still have unscrupulous businessmen within our own society who value money more than the health of the citizens. But as healthcare providers, we are all called upon because information is very, very, very critical. Where my people lack information, that is the beginning of failure. But when awareness is being created and people understand and know the right thing to do, you are able to administer rightly to your patient in ensuring patient safety. Remember, in our definition of pharmacovigilance, we simply said it's the science and activities that helps you to detect, to report, to understand, and to prevent. So with information, if you understand that there is a predisposing risk factor for the use of this medication, it will help you prevent further occurrence of that adverse event in the use of subsequent patients. Another example, I give you the case of aspirin. People, before you can give any patient aspirin, you will ask that patient, are you an ulcer patient? Because when you give aspirin to an ulcer patient, it aggravates the ulcer. At that point, the benefit of that treatment process, the risk outweighs the benefit because there are other alternatives that can be safely used for that particular patient. So pharmacovigilance helps you to identify predisposing risk factors associated with medicines and helps you to understand how to use proper medication for other patients so that the whole system can be sanitized and patient safety will be assured. Because without assuring patient safety, what we are all doing at healthcare professionals is a waste of time because our business is a business of patients. So, without going further, the most important gospel I want to preach today is that we have made reporting very, very easy. And what do we say? What do I mean by that? We are using an electronic reporting platform. We all know that before we were using paper adverse drug reaction forms. I don't know how many of us know it. We have gone ahead because when you plan well, you plan to succeed. With our gap assessment and analysis, we have identified that we have seen healthcare providers who actually use these paper reports, make their reports, but do not transmit it where the information can be used for regulatory analysis and decision making. So the gospel we're bringing forth to all of us is that our paper form, we have converted into an electronic reporting platform, which we can all use in our phones. So if you are using an Android or an iPhone, just go to the Google Play Store or the iOS and type Med Safety app. Med Safety, you can actually do it now, if possible. Just type in Med Safety app on your Google Play Store. Once it brings out the app, click on it, it takes you to a point where you need to create an account. So once you download it, click on Nigeria, because there are several countries that are now using it. Because wherever you are, your child is experiencing an adverse reaction, you are in the clinic room, you are in the lab and there are issues of adverse drug reaction or adverse events as a result of medical devices, just, you don't need to go further. Pick up your phone, go to your app, click on it. Once you have registered, if you click on Nigeria, it takes you to our own Nigerian platform. It says create an account. You create an account, just put your email and a password, 9-letter password, an alphanumeric, a capital, small letter, alphanumeric, and any other symbol. You must make sure it is up to 9 that you can remember. Create an account and follow the system. The system will just help you get to the end. The critical component of that app is that it provides you information. 4 critical information are the things that we need. What is the patient information? What is the adverse drug reaction that you're reporting? What are the drugs that you are talking about? There is a suspect drug, for example, where there is plenty drugs that a patient is taking at a time because of multiple comorbidities, and there's an adverse drug reaction. Once, as a healthcare provider, there's one out of a lot that your mind will be telling you this could be the suspect drug. That is what you pick as your suspect drug. Remember, it is only a suspicion until it is confirmed. But the app provides you the opportunity of providing information on that suspect drug, and also provides you the information to upload all the other medicines that the patient is taking. Once you're able to upload, because once you put number 1, you click and you give all the information about the drug, there is a provision that says add. So if a patient is taking 2 or 3 drugs, you keep adding and submitting and adding and submitting. By the time you are done with the drugs, you get to the phase where you are to report on the adverse reactions that you're reporting. The same way you have done for the drugs is the same way you report all the reactions, because a patient may be reacting to 3 or 4 different reactions. Provide all the information, then provide the information of who is making that report. At the end of the filling of that form, once you click submit, you don't need anybody to come and pick it. Once you click submit, it gets into my database and I'm monitoring. So like that, I'm able to see different patterns of adverse reaction, what is happening with drugs that we are putting in the market. Are there ones that we can pick up for patient safety information, or providing awareness to the healthcare providers? That's the only way we can do it. Remember, NAFDAC cannot do it alone. We are only a coordinating agency, but the healthcare providers who are interfacing with patients on one-on-one are the people that are key responsibles to the patient. If
True.
0024. Then you have 25A, 25B, meaning the person has two abstracts to present. And then you have 00229B. You have 0030, 0031, and 0036. So the next thing you're going to see on this screen is abstract number 0006. Thank you, and I hope we get the best from the presentations. Thank you. Please, you have just 5 minutes. We cut down to 5 minutes from the original 7 minutes that was allotted for each presentation. So please, manage your time properly. Good luck.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Onyekachukwu Okeke. Please, very quickly, the national president of female medical laboratory scientists, please. You have some few minutes. Very quickly, please. Please, a round of applause for her, Mrs. Yomi Newton.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a great honor to be here today with all of us. And as we understand that female is a consistent that we cannot shy away from. So on this note, all my beautiful, amazing, intelligent people, please, can you just rise for a hug from all of us? Everyone that is a female here, kindly stand up for a hug from all of us because we actually deserve that, including where's our family moi. So on behalf of that, we have a lot of activities that have been scheduled onto us. Thank you very much as we welcome one of our products is quality. We've all listened to so many things that we've done. So on behalf of female male lab scientists, we want to actually identify with everything that has to do with quality service. Mr. Austin, please, can you quickly come up? Please, he will tell us one of the things that we have as female to speak to things that are affecting us, which we know we cannot just keep to ourselves, but to everybody. Thank you, all beautiful, intelligent, amazing people, as we also give kudos to our handsome. So if you are age, stand up. That's handsome, intelligent, amazing. Those are our men. We are not leaving you out. As you can see, Mr. Austin, can they just give us what you have? Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Good day, everyone. I won't take much of our time. Good day once again. So I was opportune to support the Association of the Female Wing to provide a platform for quality management system. It should come up very, very soon on the screen. So this is the platform, Lady EU, QMS. We can't over-explain the relevance of quality management system now, especially in the medical sector. We know how important the medical laboratory results are in the healthcare sector. So this system is a system that allows you to order for any service you want, ranging from understanding how to implement the ISO 15189 to also carrying out internal audits. So the website is a simple one. It's something you can just go through later at your convenience time because you don't have much time. But these are what we offer. We develop quality manuals, SOPs, both QMS SOPs and technical SOPs as well. We also offer collaboration with different organizations to ensure that you are ready for accreditation by different accreditation bodies, example, NINAS and others. We also handle your management system review. This is towards the end of the year where you plan for your budgets and take a look at your already existing system. So this is also a perfect time to do a quality management system review. So these are some of the things we do again in detail. And if you just want to apply, just click on apply today, select options of what you want to offer, what you want us to offer you, and you get a call and we follow through from there. Now also we have details of our executives and members of the board of the association. This shows originality, showing that this is ours. What belongs to the association of the female wing of the association also belongs to the general wing. It's ours and we have their members there. So if you have further questions, the website is www.afmlsn.org. The same association, just look it up, www.afmlsn.org. Just click on the order now when you want to request for any of the service. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We know that we are going to achieve the greatness because we are greatness itself. Thank you. God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for our female national president, Mrs. Yemi Newton, ever green, ever vibrant, ever young, ever lively. Please put your hands together for her. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are actually making progress, and it's always an honor and privilege when I stand before the founding fathers of our association. I'm indeed humbled, and I'm so happy, to stand before them. I want to acknowledge our grand patron, of course, the doyen of the profession, the grandfather of all our achievements. Talking about Professor Dennis Agbolahon. Please, a round of applause for him. Many may not know, sir, you were the national PRO to the Jegede Fadunsi regime. And of course, it was in your regime that we first had the first medical laboratory science journal in 1991. So many are not aware, but we need to know that now. And of course, we have a former national president who was also a former registrar of the council, talking about Professor Anthony Meribe. Please, a round of applause for him. And of course, a man who played a great role when it comes to our act. We had Decree 56 of 1968, Decree 54 of 1999, and as a House of Reps member in 2003, 26th of June, he played a crucial role by sponsoring our legislation, Act 11 of 2003. Please acknowledge this great man, Honorable Kunle Jenrade. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy with our fathers of our profession, despite the fact that they've paid their dues, but they still watch over us. They still ensure that the association is in good hands. And I would say, may the labors of our heroes past never be in vain. Please, a rousing round of applause for our founding fathers. Thank you very much, sirs, for always honoring our conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be proceeding straight to our product presentation. Permit me at this juncture to invite Mr. Tenium Yen of FoxMed. Please, a round of applause for him, Mr. Tenium Yen, as he comes forward. Should I say Chenchi? Okay, I will try to speak Japanese, or is it Chinese? Chinese.
Hi, it seems that I'm the only Chinese. It's my honor to be here. Thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure to have this presentation in front of you guys. So, before I introduce myself, do I have my slide here? Before I introduce myself, I say this is my first time standing in front of this many doctors after graduating thesis oral defense. So I am as nervous when I was defending my paper in my university. And now, today, as a new player, I want to tell you a story, just a brief story. So, diseases exist when there is creature, but the concept of diseases only appear when human beings trying to live longer and healthier. But to fight against diseases, we have to see it first. Here comes the in vitro diagnosis. There are tests for diseases, infections, and body conditions. And in order to detect insulin in the human blood, in 1950s, two scientists, they developed the first immunoassay techniques. And to study what's happening in the human blood, they use radioactive isotope. And then, thanks to them, they didn't patent this technology. And this contributed to enormous development of immunoassay technology. And Data themselves, in 1959, proposed the lateral flow immunoassay in 1959. In the past COVID years, most of us, more or less, seen or use the rapid test for COVID. And we all know it's simple and easy to use. It's a very convenient methodology for each of us on the earth. But it's very hard to operate this methodology on a large scale in the hospitals. This is why in 1971, Dr. Enver and Perman published an article on enzyme-linked immunoassay for determination of IgG. And this time, this methodology can be operated on large scale on the hospitals in a much simple way. But this methodology is only semi-quantified. That's why here comes the clear CLIA. I'm sorry. The chemiluminescent immunoassay was proposed by Holman in 1977, and this time it can be quantified. So its principle is labeling antigens or antibodies with traces like luminescence engines or catalogs of chemiluminescent reactions. And the detected substances are quantified by measuring the luminescence intensity. This technology is the advanced technology in immunoassay. And now, above all, I have mentioned 4 immunoassay technology. So you can see clear without the hazard of radioactive materials. It's more easy to be operated and can be put on operated on a large scale in the hospitals, and it can has the strong specificity, as you can see on the slide. And what's more, it's quantified. And then, since it's the advanced technology, the technology advancing, more accurate results of the detection we can have after these years. But some of us stand further on clear field. That's when we have eClear in 1996, which was developed by a German company, and Roche acquired this technology 1 year later. They developed this technology further, and they take the market, 1/3 of the, this is 1/3 of the market, 20% of the market by 2020. So, why the market prefer eClear? Instead of there are clear like enzymatic clear and direct clear. Let's look at its principle. This time, its principle is labeling antibodies with ruthenium complex. And the labeled antibodies react with the detected substances in a series of immunoassay reactions. And the detected substituents are quantified by measuring the luminescence intensity. So, as you can see, 3 highlights here. The first is the label. Ruthenium complex is more stable when compared with the labels we are using on direct clear and enzymatic clear. And the molecular weight of ruthenium is small. It is very suitable for the detection of small molecules like T3, T4, E2. And if compare with enzymatic clear directly, this label will be influenced by the temperatures in the human bodies, pH values, and also the enzymes in the human body. So this is the first point, the label ruthenium complex. And the second point is the reaction speed. eClear, its reaction speed is fast, below 0.1 seconds. And third is the light. We all know that they are measuring by the luminescence intensity. So light is very important, and eClear, the light is more stable, and the duration of light is longer. So that's when you have more accurate results by eClear technology. And this, all in all, eClear technology, it is rapid, and it can offer you a more stable results and with high sensitivity and specificity. So, Clear is the advanced technology. And as a new player, Lifotronic, we established on 2008. We need to learn from the best, which is Roche, and learn the best technology, which is eClear. That's why we wait until 2016. We developed our own eClear platform. And to be accepted by the market, we also have to differentiate Lifotronics from the best. And that's, here comes our eClear 8000. our automatically immunoassay analyzer. 2 points I want to say here. It's the size. Second point is the speed. So we have multiple characteristics here, but one is the step mode. We can get the result within 9 minutes. And another is the size. It's very small, a little bit bigger compared with mini Vidas, but very small. You can find few on the markets. And here are our parameters. We have parameters range from the most demanding thyroid parameters to the most rare ones, troponin T. You can only find on 3 platforms, including Roche, Liphotronics. And those parameters under the name after stat, you can get the result within 9 minutes, which is faster when compared with other methodology, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, or other clear machines, 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So, all in all, we offer you a platform which is compact and rapid. And thanks to the 2 scientists, they didn't patent immunoassay technology. So every of us can put effort and put this technology further, and every one of us benefit. Liphotronic here, as a new player, we try our best to make this methodology more affordable for every one of us. And here is our consumables. You can see only 7 of them. And for reagents, we have 2 kinds of package, 50 tests and 100 tests. It is suitable to meet different hospitals' needs. If you have big sample quantities every day in big teaching hospital, we have 100 tests. If it's small, we have 50 tests. And QC and calibrators are included in the reagent pack, which will save your costs better. And we also have a big model for big teaching hospital with has the throughput 300 per hour. And we have installed so far 600 units in the global markets, which is 40 countries and 4,000 hospitals in the global markets. And this is some of the pictures. But I think technology is not the key. It's the human being. Like the madam saying, people, you and us, we are the key to this technology. So Liphotronic make technology affordable, and doctors, you make the choice to choose what kind of technology you're gonna use in your hospitals. But there's a bridge I'm missing now. It's who represents Liphotronics here. It is FoxMed. It is our bridge connect Liphotronic with you, doctors here in Nigeria. They, as a new company, new power, is passionate, new player, new kids on the street, aggressive, and they have been dedicating to promoting eClear since the company established, and they are offering better and better service since then. They also represent our hematology and HPLC systems. And by offering you they have the trained engineers and scientists, specialists, and the reagent availability is continuous. And they have spare parts on stock to fix your machine once it shuts down. And their quarter is on Lagos State, and branch is in Asaba. So the first offer we offer to you is we make eClear affordable, but FoxMed push it further. So at the end of this year, they will give you a 30% of discount till the end of this year, and a flexible payment with 12 months. And by now, you can also get some free reagents like FT3, FT4, TSH. So you see how everyone is involving on technology and benefiting human beings. Start from person and yellows, and now it's Liphotronics to make the platform more affordable. And FoxMed will be our bridge. And I hope that as a new kid here, we can help the patients here in Nigeria. And as a Chinese, it's my honor to be here to give you the speech. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yen. I think he did justice to that. I will soon take my next trip to China so that I can appreciate Lifotronics. Thank you very much, Fox Med Consults. Truly, Lifotronic is full of life. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our theme still remains universal health coverage, the medical laboratory priority in Nigeria. We'll be proceeding straight to abstract presentations. At this juncture, permit me to invite Dr. Jim Banda, an immunologist from the University of Jos. Please a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Our studio, please project his abstract for presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. I want to make my presentation. Please, is the other one eclampsia? Except you want me to present the two. The first one. Okay. Anyway, no problem. I have it too, no problem. Okay, let's go on. Okay, the title of my presentation is Dictation of Human Papillomavirus 16 Immunoglobulin Antibody Among Women Attending General Hospital in Kagarko. Next slide. Next slide. In recent decades, there have been human papillomavirus recognized as one of the major causes of infection leading to cervical cancer. Human papillomavirus is a double-stranded DNA virus belonging to the family papillomavirus of about 130 genotypes. Next slide. It's a high-risk agent of cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is the fourth most common cause of cancer in Nigeria, all over the world, and about 528 new cases and 266 deaths are reported annually. In Nigeria, about 14,000 cervical new cases are diagnosed annually. And the problem here is that there's inadequate data and lack of intervention. Intervention is a challenge in Kaduna State. Next slide. Next slide. Now, what are the number of women susceptible for, or infected with human papillomavirus type 16? In Kaduna State. Now, 110 women who fulfill the entry criteria for the, okay. Just me. Where is the pointer? Okay. Where is the pointer? Okay, what is the pointer? This is the pointer? What is the pointer? Okay, pointer. Okay. So that the specific objective is actually to find the number of women that are having exposed to the human papillomavirus with the intention of finding a way of intervention. Now, 110 women who failed the criteria were actually examined. 5 ml of blood were taken, and self-administered questionnaire was minister, and women that denied consent were excluded. A laser technique was used for this investigation. Data obtained was analyzed using PSS version 10, and results were expressed as tables. Now, results revealed that 44.5% of women enrolled in the study are actually positive for human papillomavirus specific antibody. And women within this age group, 30 to 39, had the highest seropositivity, followed by age group less than 20. Women within the age group of 50 to 59 years and 40 to 49 years had 25% and 21 respectively seropositivity. The difference is significant statistically. Now, this is the distribution of the antibody across the age group. From table 2, seropositivity among women who had first sexual intercourse age 13 to 19 is significantly different from those who had their sexual debut at the age of equals or less than 20 years. And seropositivity increased from 9.5% in women with one lifetime sexual partner to 62% in those with multiple sexual partner, as indicated in the table here, table 2. Now, discussion. This study agreed with the findings of this report, agree with the finding reported among women with invasive cervical cancer in Brazil. It, however, disagreed with 13.2% prevalence reported by AMET in Gombe. And the reason is because the difference is in the methodology that was used. We use ELISA that dictate the immunoglobulin antibody, the past infection and exposure, but they use a more robust method that dictates the antigen of the virus.
Please round up, sir, please.
So we report prevalence of 27.5%, and Tony et al. Observed similar trend in Australia. Highest positivity rate in this study group might be attributable to early acquisition of the virus as a result of early indulgence in sexual activity. We observe the increase in the multiple sexual partner. This pattern has been consistent with a report of some scientists, Dina et al. And Vincent. Acquisition infection is strongly related to sexual behavior. Conclusion: women in this study group, women in this study have been exposed to human papillomavirus 6 serotype 6. Further study is with the larger population is in this locality is strongly advocated for possible intervention. This community should be educated on the mode of transmission and the risk factor associated with the infection. Subjects positive for hepatitis, for human papillomavirus serotype 16, women are advised to go for cancer test reference. Thank you. Actually, this is not the one I wanted to present. Sorry for that. It's the other slide, and there was a mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Jim Bandamonde, immunologist with the University of Jos. Thank you for your presentation. Very quickly, please, Artemix, if you're ready for us, Please, would like you to come for your own product presentation. Now, very quickly, please. The time is already fast spent. Artemix, please. Are you there? Okay. Please, you have 5 minutes. Let's try and do justice to the time and, to avoid coming to tell you to stop, please. Just go straight to the point. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, scientists here. So we represent Artemis Life Sciences. To just give an outlook, we always have that endeavor to bring one of the best products to Nigeria. So this time we are with one of the products from Makura, the CLIA machine. I would actually request Mr. James to give a presentation on this. And just to give an outlook, Artemis is always committed to give the best products, and we have our own manufacturing units in Nigeria, bringing pharmaceutical as well as diagnostic products. So Mr. James will take you through the CLIA machine for Makura. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am James Okoronkwo, the regional sales engineer for Makura Biotechnology, a top Chinese manufacturing company, IVD. And today I'm representing Artemis Life Science, our exclusive distributors. So today, I'm going to give us some brief introduction on our fully automated immunoassay. Media, please. Okay, the second slide, the second page, please. Okay, so this is the product of interest, the fully automated immunoassay analyzer. So we know that in recent time, POCTs are doing good in the laboratory. But in recent times as well, the high-tech laboratories are all upgrading to fully automated immunoassay analyzers. So this is what we have, Makura i800 fully automated immunoassay analyzer. And our exclusive distributors for this product is Artemis Life Science. So this product, the i800, it actually does 200 tests per hour. 200 tests per hour. Then as you can see, it has a touch screen. That means there is no need for an external PC to be connected. Then it could take up to 50 samples at a go. Then we have 20 reagent positions. And the advantage of it is that there are other CLIA machines that goes as low as 4 or 8 reagent positions, but we do 20 reagent positions. That means while you're working, you have 20 reagents already placed, so it saves the time as well. The touch screen as well is user-friendly, like our software is user-friendly as well for the end users. So the major consumables we use here are the substrate A and B, then the wash buffer, and the pure water as well. So we could look at the test parameters that this machine covers. By the way, the reagents, some other CLIA machines, their reagents come in a bottle of 100, and within 28 days, you must have it. You need to exhaust this bottle. But we splitted ours into 2 by 50. That means a bottle of 50 could actually last for 35 days. Then the 2 of them joined together could give you an on-board of 70 days here. So the reagents here, we actually cover parameters in infectious diseases, prenatal screening, sex hormones, autoimmune, the thyroid functions, tumor markers, anemia, cardiac markers, and touch. So we actually have a lot of parameters that we cover here. Then the good thing about this product, in as much as we know that CLIA machine is quite expensive, this is the cheapest CLIA machine you could actually get at the point in time. So the good thing about Artemis is that we're giving a very good price, considering the fact that the Nigerian market is very, very price sensitive. So we know it needs a lot of money. You need a lot of money if you want to get this machine, but we're giving you a very, very good price, the cheapest CLIA machine you can get in Nigeria presently. So Artemis is also giving a very good payment terms for people that will be buying. Then one other thing you should know about our machine is that the substrates there, the substrate A and B could actually run up to 2,500 tests. 2,500 tests. Then we use our cuvettes. Like some other machines, the cuvettes, it's joined together. So if you're not able to run up a test, then you waste your cuvettes. But here we have our cuvettes, one. So the machine could actually take up to 208 cuvettes. So the consumables are built in a way that it minimizes waste. So when you're purchasing this machine, you trust that your reagents, you have a very, very good reagent consumption, then the consumables as well, we consider it that you have a very good consumption as well, so that at the end of the month, you don't go wasting your money. So you could always contact me via this phone number in case you need to reach out to us for this clear machine, 070 34 57 8281. I repeat, 070 34 57 8281. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Artemix. Thanks for the product presentation. All right, thank you. Okay, very quickly, we'll take another abstract presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Tio Faruna. A round of applause for him as he comes to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I stand on the existing protocol, and I just want to talk briefly about the work that all of us has done in the country. We call it a National Integrated Specimen Referral Network. For short, it's called NISRIN. And NISRIN is a vehicle which we use in transporting samples from places to places in order for the samples to be analyzed. And we know that in the country, our health system, the indices are not too good for us to be proud about. And because of that, we, as a country, the government of Nigeria with the supporting agencies have put in place what they can do to ensure we get a little bit of a upgrade in what we do. We also know that no matter how beautiful your equipment are in your lab, if you do not have specimen, then that equipment is not going to fulfill the purpose for which they were acquired. So before 2018, we have a situation in the country that sample movement, especially for the viral load and EID to the various places, were not available. So, because we couldn't get some of the viral loads that were provided from some of the facilities to the PCR lab for them to be analyzed, we had poor output of in terms of looking at what the United Nations have put in place of the 95-95-95, where it is said that 95% of the population should be able to know their viral status or their HIV status, and then 95% of those who have known their status should be placed on treatment, while the last 95 is that those who have been placed on treatment, 95% of them should have a viral suppression. And so it was on the basis of that NISRIN was set up. Let's see the next slide. Move to the next slide. Okay, while the slide is coming up. And then for us to be able to address this issue and provide equitable and cost-effective medical lab testing for the patient that needed them, a network was set up where a mapping was done from all the country, from all the facilities in the country, and then mapped to 17 approved PCR labs that we have in the country, so that their sample can be transported to those places. So it is what they have done between 2018 to 2022 that we have looked at as the method that is used for these studies. So the next slide says a descriptive methodology was used, and data on annual volumes of viral load and early infant diagnosis samples nationwide were collected, and then the information from the PCR labs, especially on the limbs, were also analyzed to arrive at what NISRIN have helped us to do. Let's see the result from the analysis that was conducted. We saw that the number of specimens transported had increased from 899,000 when we started in 2019 for the full year to about 2.001 million samples transported in 2022. And then the viral load coverage had also improved from 55% in 2018 to 95% in 2022. The viral load suppression had also increased from what it used to be, which was 78% earlier before. And then it has now arrived at 96% in 2022. Please move to the next slide so that others can follow, as we are saying. The next slide. Okay, so graphically, we'll try to present the result from what we find out. That in FY19, we have a viral load coverage of 63%, and then with suppression of 85%. While in FY20, it moved to 81%, and then having a viral load suppression of 90%. While in FY21, we have moved also to 95% viral load coverage and giving us a viral load suppression of 94%. And finally, for the one we are looking at in 2022, we have the viral load coverage of 97% and then giving us a viral load suppression of 96%. Here, we are able to now meet the target of UNAID, which says 95, 95, 95. The last 95 is the viral suppression. Let's see the next slide so that I can wrap it up at that place. And then for the sample that were transported between 2018 and then 2022, we have that in FY18, we transported about 248,000 samples. That is from March to December. Then in FY19, we have transported 782 samples. And in FY20, it moved to 975,000. While in FY21, it moved to 1.3 million samples. And for FY22, it went as high as 1.7 million samples that were transported. So the mechanism of NISRIN have helped the country to gradually move sample in bulk to various places and have the patient tested and results returned to them. Conclusion, which is the next slide. We concluded from these studies that NISRIN is a collaborative effort between stakeholders nationwide. It's not just one particular person, but everyone at facilities where viral load samples are collected are involved. Number two, NISRIN has played a crucial role in surpassing the UNAID third 95 target, having arrived at 96% in the previous years. NISRIN should be continually supported by PEFA and Global Fund, and the Nigerian government should prioritize the development of sustainable strategies and innovation that can keep the sample transportation mechanism going on. And finally, other countries struggling to meet the UNAID's third 95 can learn from the Nigerian experience and implement a similar initiative. And with that, they are also going to be able to see that their viral load suppression and the number of people that have access to viral load services will also increase. And finally, the last slide. The last slide is, you can see the former ministers of health, Dr. Hinere, flagging off the SOP for the National Integrated Specimen Referral Network, calling on all the stakeholders to key into the strategies. This is the brief summary of the studies that we present to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Theophilus Faruna. Well, we're grateful for that presentation. The next presenter with code number 013, please come to the podium for your presentation. Code number 013. Studio, please identify code number 013 and project the abstract on the screen for all and sundry. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause as she comes for her presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mariam Ibrahim Rimi from Kaduna State University. Standing before you to present on a retrospective study done in National Ear Care Center, Kaduna. As with all seminar presentations, I would love to present the tabular array. Next slide, please. So this is a retrospective study done from...
Madam,
Tab. This is a retrospective study done for 10 years from 2013 to 2022 on the otorhinolaryngology spectrum of patients referred to the histopathological unit of National Ear Care Center, Kaduna. Next slide, please. So otorhinolaryngology, abbreviated ORL, is commonly known as otolaryngology, head and neck surgery. There are some conditions that predisposes one to be prompted and come to the hospital, such as hearing loss, tinnitus, oral fullness, otalgia, that is pain in the air, otorrhea, which is very similar to diarrhea, when there is fluid drainage, vertigo, a spinning sensation, and imbalances are all symptoms of ENT illnesses. So doctors that treat these patients are called otorhinolaryngologists. They treat disorders of the ear, nose, and throat, base of the skull, head, and neck. So diseases like this impact the sensations of eating, drinking, swallowing, causing conditions like dysphagia, odynophagia, and what have you. Next slide, please. So ENT surgery includes the surgical therapy of neoplastic tumors. There are of different kinds. We have the schwannomas, the carcinomas, which is taking the most percentage. We have sarcomas, we have acoustic neuromas, and what have you, and they have different locations. Since we have said ear, nose, and throat, they are categorized into the pharynx, the hypopharynx, the soft and hard palate. We also have diseases of the inner ear, like the Meniere's disease, which is also under vertigo but affecting both sides, and so many different diseases. Next slide, please. So as with the theme of this August conference, non-communicable diseases account for about 60% of global mortality in 2008, and currently the 7th cause of death here in Nigeria. And it is hardly comprehended by global health issues. So that is why we decided to look at some diseases and summarize what we have gotten in our center. So let's quickly, because of time, go to the presentation proper of the results. Next slide, please. So the aim of the research is to fill the gap of knowledge about types of histopathological diagnosis of ENT postsurgical cases, and the objectives are to establish the demographic study of the patients to determine their histopathological diagnosis retrospectively, and then to classify the diagnosis based on World Health Organization's classification. Next slide, please. The inclusion criteria involves all patients referred to the histopathology or their specimens through endoscopy or biopsy, while patients not referred are the exclusion criteria. The ethics statement, of course, was obtained from the Training and Ethical Committee of the center, and sample population included all those that have gone for surgery or referred to, and their specimens sent to the unit. Sample collection and processing was done according to the unit's SOP, and then data obtained from the unit's register. Then data analysis was done using descriptive statistics and percentages. Next slide, please. So this is table 1 showing the age distribution. And in total, we have about 2,394 that have been operated upon. And their samples processed by a team of scientists, technicians, and then certified by a consultant pathologist. Next slide, please. So the second table is showing the gender distribution of patients. 1,136 were males and 1,041 were females. Next slide, please. So these are the distribution of the inflammatory cases. We have 1,543, and then reactive hypoplasia is the mode and the highest occurring. So next slide, please. This is the distribution of infectious lesions. We have conditions like rhinomycomycosis, verrucae, which we got only 2 types, the vulgaris and the palmacus, the molluscum contagiosum, tuberculosis, mucormycosis, and actinomycosis, with their respective percentages clearly indicated in front. Next slide, please. So these are the distribution of benign cases. We have like 22 types of them. Most of them occurring singly, and squamous papilloma was the highest occurring, and the polyps. Next slide, please. So out of the malignant cases, carcinoma that is emerging from the epithelium was the highest occurring, followed by the rhabdomyosarcoma from striated muscles. Next slide, please. So these are the diseases, which we have only about two types, the Langerhans and the histiocytosis, then the olfactory pseudomembrane. So the setback about diseases is that when these tissues undergo rigorous processing and our chemicals, most of the organisms die, so there are a lot of unspecified. Next slide, please. So these are some of the photo micrographs. This is a section from the nasal mass showing pseudostratified columnar epithelium. The stroma show sheets of spindle-shaped cells, round to oval cells, having blunt nuclei with scanty cytoplasm and few medium-sized vascular channels representing the myxoid fibroma. Next slide, please. So this is a well-differentiated nasopharyngeal carcinoma, a condition that is mostly predisposed in the elderly infected with Epstein-Barr virus. Next slide, please. So most malignancies are classified with hypochromasia. Then the infectious lesions. This is a photomicrograph representing the rhinomucormycosis category of our findings. Next slide, please. So this is a photomicrograph which shows a section of left cervical swelling with several granulomas composed of epithelial type, giant cells disposed in caseous necrotic background. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, histopathological diagnosis revealed promising results in aiding patients' diagnosis, prognosis, treatment, and varieties of lesions, and successfully determined the spectrum of otorhinolaryngology tissue biopsies. And for the recommendation, there is need for appropriate prevention and cessation strategies for all carcinogenic predisposing lifestyle and substances. So studies like this have been done. In the main article, there is some slight deviation from what has been done across the world in Japan, in America, in Canada, and what have you. Next slide, please. So these are some of my cited references, and I thank you very much for the audience.
Oh, Sanu Hajia. Please, a round of applause for her. At least Kindan Karba photo shoots. Kijeki Nuna Musu Agida. Please, another round of applause for her. As I invite the presenter with code number 036. Code number 036. I hope you are set. The stage is yours. 036. Okay? Is she coming? 036. You can come forward for your presentation. If she's absent, we can proceed. Okay, please, a round of applause for her as the lady in red comes to take center stage. I can see everything red. All right. All right, let me introduce you. Apologies, she is not the presenter with code number 036, but 014. I hope my sins have been forgiven. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Dr. Foma from Warri Delta State. Can I have my slide, please? Yeah. So I'm going to represent these authors to look at the topic we submitted for this conference, which is fecal occult blood testing, FOBT, among elderly volunteers in Warri Delta State. So as a way of introduction, cancer screening practice is a major preventive healthcare service that has over the years improved the quality of life of people and life expectancy. One of such practice is the screening for colorectal cancer, which is usually done with the FOBT, a non-invasive strategy that is highly sensitive, has a high simplicity and preventive value, especially with the fact that even before the development of the disease, there's a long course of pre-malignant lesion. It has proven to be very, very useful because it reduces the mortality and helps in a better outcome in the treatment and management of the disease. Hence, its use has been reported widely. Despite that, in the area of the study, the use have not been reported. We have not been able to demonstrate its practicability and its prevalence. Hence, this study, we set out to determine the prevalence and practicability of positive FOBT among elderly volunteers in the area of study, Warri Delta State. Next slide. The study covered a period of 6 months, starting from August 2022 till February 2023. Our study had a target of the elderly aged 60 years and above, which we recruited for 3 categories of centers: the worship center, recreational club, and then hospitals. We got approval, an ethical approval from the head of these establishments, and we were able to recruit a sample size of 328 using the Leslie Keys formula. After adjusting for non-response rate of 90%, we took into consideration the prevalence of 45% from the work of Mollis et al. 2014. We got informed consent of this population, and we were able to instruct them on what we needed. We selected them randomly, using the systematic randoms to select the population. We gave the sample containers, collected a single sample specimen, and analyzed using the immunochromatic method for FOBT. The results we got, we subjected to statistics. Then this is what we got. Out of the 328 participants, only 318 completed the testing process, and that was their range of female to male. The age distribution was categorized into 3 categories: 60 to 65 years, 66 to 70 years, and then 71 years and above. The average age being 67.3 plus or minus 18.2 years. Among the 318 that were tested, 18% tested positive for FOBT, of which 21% were male and 15% were female. Among all the factors that we considered, social demographic factor that we considered, the age and the sex of the participant increased with the order of positivity. These results were what we demonstrated with slides, with tables and figure in the next slide. Can we see the next slide? So we recruited 328. 10 of them, representing a 3%, couldn't complete the test. 318 of them completed the test, representing 97% of the recruited participants. The next slide. And this is the description of the 97%, which is the 318 of them. They were categorized into 3, as I said, and those are the numbers and their percentage. The next slide. This is the prevalence demonstrated in figure. 18% prevalence, 58 out of the 318 of them. The next slide. And this is a table showing the social demographic factor and the positivity rate. Only the age and the sex were significant statistically. The next slide. The practicability and prevalence of the FOBT among the elderly in Warri was our aim when we set out to do this. And in doing it, we found out that the population we studied were amenable to the test. They embraced it. That was why we were able to get a high, very high number of compliant among the population that we were targeting. Maybe because it was these two samples we are looking at, so, and it was free testing, so the population embraced it, and we were able to demonstrate a male to female ratio of 1 to 1.2. Unlike other studies where the female were exceptionally higher, but our study showed that they were almost the same in their proportion. The 18% prevalence of 18% prevalence positive for FOB that we reported, although was at variance with other studies in that we saw in literature. Like a study in Agbo by Weke in 2013 reported a prevalence of 46%.
All right, please summarize, please.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So the next slide. So we summarize by saying that FOBT is a practical initial screening test for CROC with high compliance level among the elderly in Warri. This may increase the level of participation in CROC screening. The prevalence that we got of 18% among the elderly asymptomatic people in Warri is remarkable. Although we couldn't follow up with a more definite test of colonoscopy, we therefore, which is now a limitation to the study, we recommend that in future we should be able to follow up with flexible sonography and colonoscopy for the positive population. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. A round of applause for her. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll take the next abstract presenter. We should also understand that this scientific session is what gives credence and meaning to the annual scientific conference. In fact, the conference without the scientific section is just a meeting of medical laboratory science professionals, possibly to discuss other issues. And so we still have lineup of abstract presenters that we also be called up on stage to share with us what they've already outlined. And on this note, please let me quickly call on code number 006, Mr. Sam, to step up for his presentation. Please, wherever you are, can we have you up stage? All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluwafunbi Samuel Ifabumuyi, and I'm here to make an abstract presentation. I'm standing on the existing protocol. So I'll be looking at assessing the impact of multiple transfusion on blood coating in anemic patients at Federal Medical Center, Owo. Next slide. These are my outline, background, method, results, and conclusion and recommendation. I also want to appreciate my senior colleagues that supported me in this research work. Dr. Aminu, Mr. Adedire, I don't know if they are present. Next slide, please. Blood transfusion is the replacement of blood, a medical procedure that is done intravenously and is required when the hemoglobin level is below 70 grams per liter. And this was done by the National Institute of Health, United States of America. Next slide. So the objective for this study was to determine the impact of blood transfusion in anemia cases, those that are taking multiple transfusion, more than 3, and then to check the chelating activity of ionized calcium effects, because we know calcium plays a major role in blood transfusion, and calcium is one of the most important coagulation factor, factor 4, and is needed both in the intrinsic, extrinsic, and the common pathway. Next slide. So this was a clinic-based case study that was done in Federal Medical Center Owo on patients having multiple transfusion. It was done between May and August 2016, and the laboratory assays that we considered were the proteomic time, the partial trophoblastin time with kaolin, the INR assays performed with standard method. Next slide. So my data was analyzed using IBM SPCSS Statistics 20, and with a confidence level of 95% and a p-value at 0.28 using point prevalence and a relative risk greater than 1. Next slide. So from the analysis, the results were able to realize that there was significant increase when we control the tests and then the control to those that had multiple transfusion. As we can see from the results, it shows that there was increase with the proteomic time, the partial trophoblastin time with kaolin, and the INR. Also, in this study, we had a male to female percentage, which we had more female participants than the male, which is because multiple transfusion is more common among the females than the male. From this study, we're able to also know that. Next slide. Also, during the study, we also realized that gender or sex does not play a significant role in multiple transfusion. And the results showed us that the statistical significance, just as we see in the previous slide, occurred, and there was no gender-related effect. Next slide. So the conclusion for this study shows that multiple transfusion has impact on blood clotting parameters, PT, PTTK, and INR, as observed among anemic patients in Federal Medical Center or war. Next slide. And it's recommended from this study that whenever there is multiple transfusion, it's advisable to employ blood components instead. For overall clinical management of patients, if a patient is having maybe a coagulator factor deficiency, we can use the components, FFP or other blood components we have, or if there's a loss in red blood cell, instead of using a whole blood component, we can use the RBC concentrate instead of the multiple transfusion, because we see that these have overall effect on the calcium level in the body. And we know that calcium is very important. Aside from the coagulator importance that it plays in the body, it's also important to control so many other physiological functions of the body. So in some areas, some clinicians, you are advised when there is no option and you have to give multiple blood transfusion, it should also come along with calcium gluconate as a supplement. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. For the next abstract presentation, can we have presenter with the code number 0024? Code number 0024. Okay. It seems like he or she is absent. Okay. Can we have presenter number 0?
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I will also stand on the existing protocol. I want to present just the small part of our ongoing research. We are actually doing the ultimate search to look for the drivers of antimicrobial resistance. Before now, we have been working with clinical infections, and then we have identified some clues of interest. So what I'll be presenting, okay, before I start, let me acknowledge my funders, African Research Excellence Fund. They have also paid for my flights to be here and also for all the logistics for this work. So today, I'll be presenting just small part of our work on behalf of all the authors and collaborators. So we are looking at the molecular epidemiology of extended spectrum beta-lactamase producing enterobacteria in one specialist hospital in Lagos State, because we are actually working with different hospitals. As a matter of introduction, we all know that antimicrobial resistant infection is a global health threat. And that is the reason why from today 18 till 24th of this month, the world has tagged it Global World Antimicrobial Resistant Week. And because of the effects and the burden of these antimicrobial infections, so we are looking at other sources so that there will be targeted mitigation against it. In Nigeria alone, it is recorded that 263 deaths is as a result of this antimicrobial resistance, and then it is also recorded that greater than 27 people out of 100,000 died as a result of infection that refused to be treated because the antibiotics no longer work. Please move the slide. In that vein, looking at the burden of this antimicrobial resistance, we know that antimicrobial resistant pathogen can also pass through the waterways to the environment. And because of that, it's important that you look at what are these clones that are circulating. So what we have done is that we have collected wastewater from 8 spots from this specialist hospital in Lagos. And then we use some standard techniques to dilute the wastewater, and we culture it on chrome agar, targeting the extended spectrum beta-lactamase pathogens alone. After which, all those ones that were confirmed ESBL producers, we also took it for Vitek for confirmation and also for susceptibility testing. We extracted the DNA, and then we also amplified the genetic determinants of these ESBLs. And the 3 that we targeted was BLA-CTM1, BLA-SHV, and BLAM-TEM, because research have shown that this genetic determinant, through horizontal gene transfer, they can carry this antimicrobial resistance in between species and also from patient to patient. So what did we get in our results? In our results, we were able to identify 24 different isolates from these 8 spots in that particular hospital. And those organism ranges, according to Vitek, from Klebsiella pneumonia species pneumonia, we had Escherichia coli, Enterobacter aerogenes, Citrobacter frondi, and also, I can't remember anyway. But those are the major ones that is of interest to my group. After which, after identifying these results, what does this result mean? we are worried that ordinary rainfall can take away all these antimicrobial pathogens into the environment. And what will happen? So in that way, we are postulating that understanding and identifying the transmission dynamics of this antimicrobial resistant infection will help a lot to mitigate their effects. We have identified these pathogens from wastewater. Before now, we have also identified from clinical infection. We know the clones that we are looking for, and then what we are bringing out, that we also included PPS, that's point surveillance study, into the research to actually identify, is it actually because they are taking this drug, or is it that there's an intrinsic antimicrobial resistance that these people are having. So in this vein, just to my last slide, our conclusion is that our result is very important to reduce the effect of antimicrobial infection, because information gain will help the policymaker to strategize the prevention of this antimicrobial infection. I want to sincerely thank my university, University of Lagos, University of First Choice, the nation's pride, for giving me the permission to come and present this work. And also, of course, the association and my funders for funding our research. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, very quickly, we'll take another abstract presentation. Code number 0029B, Mr. Abdul. Please, can we have you on stage? Mr. Abdul, code 0029B. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him, please.
The slides on. Good afternoon, all. Zakaria Abdulgani from Bayero University, Kano. I'm here to share with you our findings. Sorry, can I have the slide on? Okay. We trying to look, we assess the respiratory tract of mice.
Oh, no. I don't want to go to the other side. You know, say Igbo. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Kwenu. Anyị nwekwa ndị Igbo nọ n'ebe a. Anyị nwekwa ndị Igbo nọ n'ebe a. Abụ m nwanne unu, biko. Yes. Ihe asị na onye ajenji dịka aboki or aboki ka ọwụ. Abụ hustle my aboki. Yeah? That's what they call them. Igbo man with money, forget them. Monica. Yeah? I don't tell us before. You know that popular one? When they tell Hausa boy A for apple, he say A for apple, B for boy. They call Yoruba boy the same thing, A for apple, B for boy. When they call Igbo boy say one na A is not for apple, A is for account. He say one na B is not for boy, B is for bank or business. C is cash book, checkbook, container or company. D is discount, E is ego, F is fake, G is goods, H is higher, I is interest, P is price, M is money, R is reduced, S is supplier, T is trader. On a money level. Huh? Igbo, leave on. If na money, leave on. Igbo man, they do conductor for Kaduna here before the people never pay money. Oh. One Igbo man I first pay, they never give and change. For that constitution roundabout, that bridge, before you know, the motor tumble, enter inside. People, they struggle to save themselves. This Igbo man, they struggle, they look for leg, he cut one leg. Who be this? So now Mama Cecilia, say nobody they look for. Then he cut, who be this? Send a conductor, say yes, I beg give my change, Abba, guy, I don't want to talk about Igbo, I beg. I don't want to talk. Igbo man, as they open shop, he comes to make you pray. They always pray in the morning. As they kneel down, they pray. They can't they pray. Almighty and never living God. As they pray, 9 customers come. And boy, they there. The boy, they tell her how much. Can't they pray? Jesus, we know. Ego neko, how much you want buy? Yes, so we are praying. Yes, our Father who art in heaven. Yes, tell us in a 750. And we know how it is. Okay, I don't remove 30. No, we know them very well. If you Igbo, no, just leave them. They are wonderful persons. Igbo man, that's what he do. He fall inside well. As he fall inside well, the son say the father inside well. No rope. The boy run, enter house. See 200 for the father shirt. Run, go buy rope, 170. He no collect change. He come back, throw rope. The father catch him. Chai, Chinedu, emailer, where you get money from? He said, Daddy, now you're 200. I buy the rope, 170. The change they there. He said, one, I leave that rope, go and collect my change for me. Hi. Say, leave that rope, go and collect my change for me. Very, I don't know. Money, leave them. Guy. Oh God. Yeah. I mean, you want to talk of the one way they do when they go during that Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah? You know, they told them, do not what? Do not look back. And for that Sodom and Gomorrah, Igbo man day, Yoruba day, Hausa day. Then they waka they go, everybody with wife and children. Hausa man, they waka they go before you know. Hausa man, the wife turn back, can't turn to salt. The man turn back, may look, he turn to salt. Yoruba, the same thing. He turn to salt. The wife turn to salt. Igbo man can't understand saying one now, there's a problem here. As they come, they go, Igbo man in the front. The wife, they back. As he knock on, they hear noise. By then, the wife don't turn back, turn to salt. As they go, he can't stand. Mama Nkechi. As he not hear noise, now me take 3 steps backward. As he can't turn back, he can't see pillar of salt. Say, chai, I told you not to turn back. If you go here, he can't test the salt. One now, this salt is better than Dangote salt. Oh. One now, this is business. Nkechi my pikin, oh yeah, look back. Okay. Look back. Emeka, look back. Guy. Oh God. Oh God. Very wonderful. Yes, so God will help us. Then they do one conference like this, for one Christian conference like that. People, they sell different things. One man, they sell bread. One woman, they sell yam. Another one, they sell bread. The one where they sell bread, come say, come and buy bread. Come and buy bread. He is the bread of life. They come, they rush the bread. Another one, they sell this one. This Igbo woman come think and say, this person, they say bread, bread, bread. He is the bread of life. Now them buy him. And she, na yam, she they sell. And she say she don't know where yam they. She can't change them. Come and buy yam. Come and buy yam. He is the I am that I am. Oh God. Hey. I will say when I own be saying English with a problem. I no go talk go far again. That one don't do. After all, they not pure smoke. We give jokes for here. Money we don't pay. Now money for MC only. Yeah, God go help us. But I know say with the talk I'm always say this election we want to God go help us. Because I know for sure that we have women of sterling bank qualities and we have scientists, men of diamond bank qualities. And I, MC Barry, I have that guaranteed trust that God is going to give us access through this struggle of life, and we shall get to that zenith top. And when we get there, I know we'll echo out songs of praises to the whole world. Because we are not the first God will do it for. But because of that union we have with God Almighty, He will solve our problems for us, always and forever. Put your hands together, please. It's not easy. Yes. Please, if you know say what would they talk here good for you, you know say where person they work, now be workshop, I need only 1,000. Only one. Only 1,000. Only. I want to do something. I want to do something. Only 1,000. Just only one. Please. Only, You have 5,000? Okay, I thought this. Who has another 1,000, please? Where person they work, now in workshop. Bros, thank you. God go bless you. Yes. After all, fraud, not fraud. But this will not be fraud, though. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Not be campaign, though. Not be because you give me the come, I vote for you. I know say they look for post secretary. I know. God will help us. Any which way. Now way. Yes, we still have a lot for us. Please let us exercise patience. Let the food go round. Let the other things go round, please. DJ, yes, give us some good tunes, some old school. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a minute, please. Please, all histo scientists, at the end of this very session, you all meet with Dr. Jonathan Madukwe and others. Please, just at the side there. Yeah? All histo scientists, please. Very important. Thank you. DJ.
what's your name? Is it a Mrs. or is it Miss A? If you smile yourself, I'd like to take you for a ride. We can check the scene and we can break it down, and we'll be singing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Come on, let's go reggae dancing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the media team, one of the members of the media team is here, and that video you watched the other time, Nashi Singham, Nashi be the lead person there. She's going to come up now and do a little, so that maybe later on, who knows, you may decide to patronize her place. It's part of the entertainment. So I Feel Music, a graduate of music, she will help us out here now with a little entertainment. Yes, part of the media team. So the video should come up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can you please put your hands together for her, please? I've just been informed that she has it on YouTube, isn't it? Yes, so you can also download or go and watch. Very wonderful. Please put your hands together once again for her.
Yes, so she don't do her own. When I want make I do my own. Make I do my own. Okay, DJ, please drop it for me. Yeah? When I go see and say what a woman can do. Eh? Yes, so not so. Conference now is going on. With the best kick sounds and the Vegas are pumping. Quick to the punch, no faking. Cooking them stays like a pants of bacon. Bunning them, you're quick and nimble. I go crazy when they see a symbol of high head. With a soft of temple. I'm a roll, man, time to go solo, rolling. I'm a 5.0 with the rack top down so my hair can blow. Bros, hold on. You don't do a beg. They not pay for this one, I beg. Hold on. They not pay for this one, eh? Yes, so Idoko, how far now? I beg, come, eh? People where they serve food, not forget MC Barry, oh no. I get mouth to chop, oh. Thank you.
Kai, please put your hands together for I wonder why they know they feature you for AY Live. I chop, saute, I swallow. Barry, I chop, saute, I swallow all the bone. Now, as I remember finish, say I don't swallow bone, now they think I'll hook my neck. As they talk about salt, I say, Kai, this one pass down, go take salt. Make me self come invest. I say, make you introduce me to that Igbo man. You see, Nigerians, do you know why new gas cylinders come with a net around it? How many people can tell me why gas cylinders come with a net around it? It's because of mosquitoes. If you don't put the net, mosquitoes may bite the gas. And when that happens, there will be gas leakage. Abi I lie? That is why it's good to go to a private school. Most of una na LGEA, I mean, how do they put them? If I read citation, all of una, you go day America, day UK, but una CV, he started his primary school LGDA. Now there una start, very humble beginning. Make una no blame Delilah for waiting she do something. I mean, check that guy now, see his hair rough. Which babe want present that kind of man to her papa? Make una no blame Delilah. She gets swag. Now waiting make. She dey try package something. Unfortunately, she can't package in Destiny join. I love this profession. I love AMLSN. As it be saying an election year, I see say everybody dey here in body, but spirit and soul they outside, they do permutations. Abi I lie? When I know say, we on May 29th, waiting we hear first now waiting. 5:40 Abi. Later, 6:17 Abi. Another time, 6 waiting. I want to interpret them, now make they ask. The third one now waiting, 6:70, right? Oh yeah, now make I interpret them. 5:40, now Bala Blue. 6:17, now Blue. 6:17, now waiting. Ulabai. Speaking in strange tongues. When I know say, if to say Bible go come back a second time after our generation, Nigeria story no go funny. Nigeria story no go funny at all. When I go hear something like, there was a voice crying out in the wilderness, crying and saying, we need to move from consumption to production. And you hear somebody saying, after 8 years of tribulation, Buhari, the son of Muhammad, ceased to reign as the king of the land. And then a merchant from the north by name Atiku, the son of Abubakar, cameth and saith unto the people, choose me as thy king, for I will lead the land. I am articulate and I am upright. Now the kind story where we're not going to hear if Nigeria can't enter that thing. When I know say everything where they happen, all of us now ant will be. Make I prove them. Anybody where they pay rent now waiting, tenants. Now ant all of us be. Anybody where they consult now waiting. Anybody where they do surgery now waiting. Transplants. Everything now ants will be for this country. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I want to officially let you know that we have achieved yet another milestone, the launching of the Secretariat. Please put your hands together for this wonderful profession. Against all odds, we are coming long, long way. When I know say the very first laboratory where start for this world now for John Hopkins Hospital, 1896. The very first lab, now 1896. And if you need to know this, thank God saying that this generation, they're bonus. The first set of med lab scientists, now lab assistant, they call them. They used to call them errand boys. They used to call them lab boys. Even promotion for office, the career attainment, the dream of every lab assistant now to become chief medical laboratory assistant. If you reach that level, they go celebrate you. Now convoy go they follow you. Now the level where they come from be that. For those where they read Evolution of Medical Laboratory Science, make I turn on to Bible. Evolution of Medical Laboratory Science, chapter 1, verse 1. It was written by Prince R.R. Ashi on the 16th of September, 2011. Please, a round of applause. Yes, make I read chapter 1, verse 1. It says, many years ago, our place was behind the mask. But gradually, the hooks began to fall apart. And the mask fell off. But due to long overstay, the face became stained with dirt. And the beauty therein lies the envy of many. And every attempt to beautify that face was met with stiff resistance. Now it take us many, many years. Our scheme of service finally come 2001. 1991, now that time we get our first medical laboratory science journal. I beg Mokuna clap for our grandfather, Professor Dennis Agbolaho. Our first bulletin came 1998. And on December 18th, 2000, that was when we had our first council, headed by Pa Dutsan Kabansi of blessed memory. Please, a round of applause for him. He go hear the clap for heaven. So many milestones. 2000, in short, make I start with decree. We can't tire because 1966, they just they treat med lab scientists anyhow for the UK. Now we vex say we don't tire for their degree. We self need to have our own institutes. I they give you the history of how our council came about. 1968, for the first time, precisely 19 November. Go on, now be president that time. Now he helped us declare Decree 56 of 1968. That was what brought in the Institute of Medical Laboratory technology of Nigeria. I beg you, clap, 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 clap for us. After that one, later, in the 90s, that time where Shidali still be president, national president. Now we call hustle. Can't get Decree 54 of 1999, where bring waiting they call the Institute of Medical Laboratory Science and Technology. But trust my people, where Honorable Kunle General day, he no feel remain like that. Now in 2003, when Professor Emery Baby, national president, now in the Tory change. 2003, 26th June, Act 11 of 2003 became signed into law. I beg clap for this, our grandfathers where they here. I look that picture, I can see MSO Mwachukwu, the very first national president. He dey inside that picture. Professor Agbolaho, they inside that picture. Many of them, they inside that picture. The very first national secretary of our association, his name na S.O. Osobaka. Hey, hunger no go catch me, oh. Hunger no go catch me.
Yes, so bros, I see you. I will
Off
see.
the mic. Off the mic.
I will see.
Off the mic. Increase your volume. Increase your volume.
Where person they work, I mean workshop.
Oh yes. Today, our next target be say, we want that fellows of West African Postgraduate College of Med Lab Science to receive presidential assent. If you believe it, let your amen shout like thunder.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together, please.
Plus
for him.
DMLS,
He's
DMLS,
coming back again.
MLSD.
Yes. Thank you. You know, so the same way person they work, now I mean workshop. If he vex you, come collect microphone, talk your own, make people laugh. Whether you go easy. Then say who borrow shoe, not they dance anyhow for party. Person where they old landlord, not they cook soup where get curry. Eh? Yes, so you know how far. You never pay house rent, they cook soup where get curry. No problem, oh. Yes, so I just did here. My friend come there tell me, say, I beg, say he get one joke why flow for Katsina. I beg, he won't hear them again, he don't forget them. Yes, now what happened when I go NYSC for Taraba State School of Nursing? One of my copper friend is stammer. He go teach, he enter class, he can't write crocodile. He say, Google, good morning, my students. They say, good morning, sir. He said, I want us to pronounce animals found in the water and animals found in the land. Just say after me, say, kronkoko, nkoko, nkoko, crocodile. 90 whole students can say kronkoko, nkoko, nkoko, crocodile. Copper said, no. Do not say it the way I'm saying it. Simple word like kron kokon kon kokon kon kokon kon kokon kon. You cannot pronounce. Simple word. Let's say it like this. Kron koko, nkoko, nkoko, crocodile. They repeated again. He said, let's go to animals found in the land. Let's say hip, hip, hip. Then I said, hooray. You know, say people with the stammer, then they get hot temper. One other stammerer go phone booth. He won't make phone call. That time when they make phone call for phone booth. He said, I want to make phone call. They say, yes, call the number. 080, they say, yes, then type them. 3. They say, it's ringing, oh, it's ringing. He said, baby, I've not finished calling my number now. He said, it's already ringing. I beg. We not pay for comedy, we not pay. Honestly, we not pay for this one. The money where they go pay, not just for MC. Now, so it's supposed to be any which way, you know, say, we just manage ourselves. I beg, one and not vex for us. We have gifts to give, awards to give to some persons. And the national president is back, alongside with our elders and the past presidents. So in no distant time, we're going to take that. But for now, please, the band, the DJ, please, give us some good tunes, please, to also spice up this place a little bit before we continue. Bros, when I don't chop, when I not look here, I won't chop my own.
With the hottest tunes on earth, DJ Neptune. Get ready. This isn't your usual mix show. Getting ready to mix up and scratch out the most electrifying hits on DJ Neptune's Blazing Mix Show.
Yeah, check it out, man. This is your boy Akon. You know it's that official convict. And right now you got a lock right here with DJ Neptune.
Sometimes and you can get discouraged when it seems as though our working lives are giving us a call. Put your trust in me, baby, don't you worry. And it won't be long now, so we must be strong. There were times I know I let you down so badly. I never knew then what losing your love would mean to me. Ask for anything, I'll give it to you gladly. 'Cause you're part of me now, and you must believe that. If you're hurt, I'm hurting too. And I'm thinking about your love. If you need someone to care, I'll be there. You should know I'll never change. 'Cause I'm thinking about your love tonight, today, and always. Thinking about you, thinking about counting up the days until I'm there beside you, till I hold you in my arms again. I find it hard to smile, so I'm asking you be faithful to me, baby, 'cause I'm coming through, and I always love you. If you're hurt, I'm hurting too, and I'm thinking about your love. If you need someone to care, I'll be there. You should know I'll never change, 'cause I'm thinking about your love tonight, today, and always. What you feel, I feel for you. Thinking about your love, I'll be counting all the days back to stay till I hold you in my arms. 'Cause I'm thinking about your love tonight, today, and always. Thinking about you, I'm thinking about your loving, yeah. Thinking about you, thinking about your love. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Reggae dancing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Come on, reggae dancing, down to the park. Everything was down, oh yeah yeah. All of a sudden, on came the lights. And everything was feeling right. People started dancing. They called me over to join in. They said, JT, don't you feel good, man? Come on and join the reggae jam. I heard them singing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Reggae dancing. what's your name? Is it a Mrs. or is it Missy? If you find yourself, I'd like to take you on a ride. We can check the scene and we can break it down. And we'll be singing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Come on, let's go reggae dancing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. You're my shot of motivation, you are gets me through the day. You're my source of inspiration, everything I have to say. You're the sunshine in my morning, you're the light along the way. And I'm giving you the warning, coming straight with no delay. And if that's not enough, then there's nothing left to say. But it's sure gonna be rough, 'cause love ain't no holiday. No holiday, ain't no holiday. No holiday, ain't no holiday. No holiday, ain't no holiday. No holiday. You're the cherry on my Sunday, the leader of my team. And you sure can cool me off, girl, like a never-ending stream. You're the one I always think about whenever I feel down. And there ain't no way to tell you how I love having you around. And if that's not enough, then there's nothing left to say. But it's sure gonna be rough, 'cause love ain't no holiday.
Studio, please. Ice water. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can take down the music, please. Studio. Drop it.
Don't make me
Hello, good evening. The Board of Trustees, past presidents here present, elders of the profession, distinguished medical lab scientists. Please, now we are going straight into conferring some awards. If you remember what I said yesterday, that we cannot give all the awards at once. So some we gave yesterday, and we are going to conclude it very briefly. We will not be able to take the citation of all the awardees, but this is just a little mark of appreciating the contributions that our members are doing, and thereafter we'll go into the annual general meeting immediately. So, MC, okay, you are there, ba? Can you be the one for this permanent secretary to Nasarawa State? Permanent secretary. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. With the permission from the national president, we would like to invite the permanent secretary of Ministry of Environment, Nasarawa State, to please come. Then we'll just short a brief thing about him. Please, can you come here, sir? Please, a round of applause for Alhaji Garba Rosha, please. Alhaji Garba Abubakar Rosha was born in the 60s in Lafia. He started from St. William's Primary School, 1971, and from there, he got his primary school certificate, got WAEC, wrote IJMB, got a BTech in Ahmadu Bello, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, that's ATBU, Bauchi. Then later on got AIMLS. He also has a diploma in law and also a diploma in computer science. Ladies and gentlemen, this man you're seeing here has gone through the Polytechnic and also the university. Under experience, he started from Aba as a tutor in the School of Health. Later on became HOD, laboratory, deputy director, primary health care development agency in Lafia, deputy director in health management board in Nasarawa State, and by his grace, today you are seeing a man that has risen up to the highest rank, permanent secretary in the Ministry of Environment, and he is one of us, a medical laboratory scientist. I present to you Alhaji Garba Abubakar Rosha.
Congratulations, sir.
Permit me to invite Air Commodore E.A. Akinwale, retired police, to present this award on behalf of AMLSN to Alhaji Garba Abubakar Rosha, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Nasarawa State. Okay, Garba Mohammed Rosha.
Sir, on behalf of our association, the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, I present you this award for your contribution toward the upliftment of our association. Thank you, sir, and congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Okay, the response, please.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. It gives me great pleasure and honor to be here as one of the lab scientists of Nigeria. Honestly, when I started joining the profession, the first name I had been Professor Dennis Agbalaho. Honestly, if they told me that I'm going to sit side by side Professor Dennis Agbolahan, I could have told them they should make my seat at the back, at the rear seat, so that I should be there and receive this award. Prof, sir, honestly, I don't know how to say thank you. By virtue of protocol, I want to use this opportunity to request Prof to allow me to stand on already established protocol. National President, please, I have to breach this protocol because Prof is here. Prof, I'm seeking permission to stand on existing protocol. Honestly, all what I've been doing in Nasarawa State, my main aim had been that let this profession be a profession that people will admire, that will be able to see how we'll be able to get it to the promised land. Least did I know that all what I was doing, it will fetch me this award. Honestly, I'm so delighted, I'm so happy, and I appreciate the National Executive for giving me this honor. Honestly, this award, I'm dedicating it to the entire medical laboratory scientists in Nasarawa State. So I appreciate all, and thank you for all what you have been doing for the benefit of all. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Please, Daniel, our cameraman, where are you, please? Jesse, please. Jesse. Samson, Jesse, please, from the media team. Can you please come with your camera, please? The snapshot, please. Can we go and stand there for the snapshot, please? Okay. Jesse, please, quickly. Okay, as they are doing this, let me invite our next award recipient in person of Ahmed Saleh Jr. Can we please put our hands together for him as he comes to receive this great award from the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists?
Let me call the chairman of Board of Fellows, Bonan Lemadin. Please, can you come forward?
Hi, Chief.
Hi. Well, Ahmed Saleh Jr. is a medical laboratory scientist and he works with National Intelligence Agency. So Ahmed has been there to us and he has made a lot of contribution to the development of medical laboratory science. The citation here. So how long is it going to take you? Because of the... well, I must say that we had promised Ahmed, if you remember very well, when we called and we had some issues, he was one of those persons that first came to support our cause. And this award, in fact, I would have given to him since. I keep on telling him, you should wait, you should wait. I am happy that I just have some few hours to be in office, and I'm giving you this award before I step down. So thank you very much.
Great male lab scientists, I feel honored to be called upon to present this award to Ahmed Saleh. Because Ahmed, only 2 days ago, became a member of the Board of Fellows. So it's a special privilege that I'm here to present this award to him. And I must announce that apart from supporting the association, on Thursday night during the dinner, Ahmed made a donation of 500,000 to the Board of Fellows. Can we give a round of applause? He doesn't like things to be announced because of the nature of his work. Even the late to the national president said, no, don't talk, don't talk. But, you know, when a man has grown and become prominent, it becomes difficult to hide. So on behalf of the National Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, I am pleased to present this award to you for all you've been doing for us. And we pray that God will continue to guide you, especially in your profession, which we know is very, very strategic, and help you to make good decisions in the overall best interest of your family and the family of AMLSN. Congratulations. Handshake. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Do you want to respond, please? Okay.
Mr. President, the Chairman, Board of Fellows, the Vice President, and the distinguished members of the Medical Laboratory Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, I feel very honored. I'm sincerely grateful for this award. But I just want to make one very minute clarification. For security reasons, for the bandits and the Boko Haram terrorists outside ICC, I am not a law enforcement officer. I'm a bloody civilian. I'm a medical laboratory scientist. I am working with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not National Intelligence Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Put your hands together for him once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, and also High Chief Bonner for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to give the next award to another very distinguished recipient, Dr. Muhib Ibrahim, a medical laboratory scientist who is now Permanent Secretary, Banking and Finance in Katsina State. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to collect this award. With the permission from the National President, we'd like to invite Prince Dr. Elochukwu Adibo to please make this presentation of award on behalf of the association to Dr. Muhib Ibrahim. And let's not forget also that Dr. Muhib is also a member of the Board of Fellows. Katsina State Chairman, what's in the happen? You know, it's you. Not the MC Barry that they give the award, though.
Well, she just want to make an announcement. Thereafter.
Good afternoon again, everybody. We're so sorry. We've had some little challenges with the food, but I want to assure you, if you have a ticket, you will get food. So please, I would like you to congregate at the back. Those of you who have not gotten food, please, we recognize that if you're hungry, you'll be angry, but please bear with us. You will get food as long as you're registered and you have a ticket. Please, just calm down, congregate at the back to my right-hand side, extreme end. Thank you.
Well, it's okay. You know, our colleagues, whether in state or federal government service, they are doing very well. Sometime this year, 4 of our colleagues from Katsina State passed the promotion exam, and they were all promoted to the rank of permanent secretaries. And to me, it's a lot of achievement that this thing is happening when I was in the helm of affairs. And during their swearing in, I had to send the second vice president representing Northwest that he should go and attend on behalf of AMLSN. And he should assure them that I want to give them special recognition and award for excelling well in their career. Because in civil service, once the peak is actually permanent secretary. Anything after permanent secretary is political appointment. So we are very grateful that they have distinguished themselves. They have rose through the rank to the highest position. So that is why, as an association, we are giving them this award to appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for recognizing and honoring the right persons. Just to echo what you said, if you understand civil service, you will know what it means to be a permanent secretary. It's no mean feat, and it's not also awarded. It is given by merit. And for this young professional medical lab scientist and the rest in Katsina, and for those who had been announced before now, we're so proud of you, sir. The profession is proud of you. Nigeria is proud of you. And on that basis, with humility and dignity, I hereby, on behalf of Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, present to you this AMLSN National Achievement Award 2023. To you, Ibrahim Muhib Bamidele, Permanent Secretary, Banking and Finance. It is not a mean feat. Congratulations to you, sir. And many more wins to you, sir.
Katsina State, we are on a day. Katsina,
Please join Katsina State ESCO and delegation. Please, delegates, please join. Thank you.
Yes, by His grace, tomorrow my own is coming up. I am the new Permanent Secretary, Minister of Microscope and Microphone. So, Nabolona, they do PAMSEC. Me, man, a PAMSEC, Minister of Microphone. Yes, so. And my okay, please, the next awardee is Honorable Garba Menu, Garbu Menu. Please, Garbu Mena, the House Committee Chairman on Health, Borno State House of Assembly, who is also our member. Please, is he here with us? Honorable Mena, please. Mena Garbu. Please, if he's not here, the branch chairman of Borno State. Okay. Manir Aliu Mani, Surajo Mikael, or Ibrahim Mohammed Keita. Are they here, please?
Borno State Branch Chairman, please, can you come and collect this award on his behalf?
Borno State Branch Chairman, please.
Sorry, not Borno, Katsina.
Okay, Katsina State. Okay, please, Katsina State for Manir Aliu Mani. Manir Aliu Mani. I've been directed to invite Dr. T.Y. Rahim, former national president, to please come and make this presentation on behalf of AMLSN to Manir Aliu Mani.
Okay, this one is for Manir Aliu Mani. Is one of the 4 that was also promoted to the rank of permanent secretary in Katsina State, yes, government. So,
on behalf of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, and on behalf of the Board of Fellows of the Association, I'm glad to be called upon to present this award to you. Katsina State, when we were there in 2013 for our national conference, demonstrated that it is a state that meant well for all medical lab scientists in Nigeria. We were not surprised, therefore, when we read on the platforms, the various platforms, the elevations of some of our members to these various positions. Today, the 18th of November 2023, the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria is glad to have all of you promoted to these various positions. And in particular, this award is given to Manir Aliyu Mani, the Permanent Secretary, Civil Service Commission. It is in realization of this that we want to congratulate you and see this award as an incentive for you to continue to do more, not only for the association, but for humanity in general. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Manir Aliumani. We'll also have another award, Ibrahim Mohammed Keita, Permanent Secretary, Finance, Government House. We would like to invite Mrs. Nonye Omahi, Mrs. Nonye Omahi, to please come and make this presentation on behalf of AMLSN.
Okay, this award is also to, we are also giving this award as a mark of appreciation because he is one of the 4 that have been elevated to the rank of Permanent Secretary in Katsina State Government.
Just like other members have said, it's an honor to rise up to the rank of a permanent secretary. So I, on behalf of the Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences of Nigeria, present this award to Ibrahim Muhammad Kaita on his award as being elevated to the position of Permanent Secretary, Finance, Government House. Congratulations.
Video.
Okay, the next awardee is Honorable Garbu Maina.
Wait, Professor Mariam Onashuku, where is he around?
Hello.
Professor Onashuku is not around. Okay, what of the president of female?
Yeah, Mrs. Yomi Newton. Could you please help us?
Is she around?
Yes, she's around, sir. She's around. You're going to present this award. The branch chairman of Borno State is going to receive this award. One very rare one out of the 36 states and Abuja. We have a few states with female as a branch chair. Yeah? Halima Idris, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a great one. Okay. This is a great one for beautiful, intelligent, amazing, adorable sister. BIA. So on behalf of Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, we hereby present this National Excellent Leadership Award 2023 is presented to the Honorable Garba Mena, the Chairman House Committee on Health, Borno State House of Assembly. This is a great honor. Thank you so much for being who you are. Thank you. We appreciate. BIS.
Mommy.
Intelligence.
Any one day when I go show myself. Thank you, ma. God bless you. Thank you. Okay. Oga, come snap them. This picture, they go do enlargement. Yeah? Yes. They go do enlargement. Carry and go for Sambisa Forest. Another day. Another day. I travel. If we not get any program for Borno State, miss call me another day. Put the Borno. Okay, for 1 million, I no go. But just had 100 naira for the 1 million, I feel go. Thank you. We are still on it. We have just one last one. But for now,
yeah, we still have one more to be presented, one more award recipient, while we await
the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. And we are also working on our own part tirelessly to ensure that the private universities in Sokoto State and the state university commence BMLS program come next year by God's grace. Thank you very much.
I think I need to apply for this Sokoto something.
Okay, please let me invite Dr. Iheanacho with a director with Jude. If she's around, please, would like her to please come and present this award on behalf of AMLSN, please.
Well, let me say something about this award. Obina is a medical lab scientist. He works with United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Nigeria. Obina is one of the medical lab scientists that he is proud to belong to the profession. They have been very instrumental to our administration. Yesterday, I told you about collaborations that we had, even the trainings we had, training our colleagues in biosafety cabinet. We also train our colleagues on Foundation for Medical Laboratory Leadership and Management. Obina is very instrumental to see that medical lab scientist capacity is built in leadership and management. Obina tried to ensure that, in fact, it's through them that the money was given to American Society for Microbiology that trained our colleagues on biosafety cabinets. Obina also assisted by ensuring that money is given to EPIN to train our people on laboratory leadership and management. So we are giving you this as a mark of appreciation to say thank you for all that you have done. Thank you very much.
Okay, please, rescue team, please. Dr. Collins, Swen, please. Are you in this hall? Dr. Collins, please. Dr. Collins. Okay, I've just been informed to also call Barrister Omorege to please help us out in this, please. Omorege, please, from Edo State branch, please. Edo State branch, can you please help us out in this presentation on behalf of AMLSN, please?
Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I am not Barrister Omorege. I do not want to leave here with MBA chasing me, please. I am Richard Omorege from Edo State.
American lab scientist.
On behalf of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, I present this to you, Obin and Nadoze, for your selfless contribution to the growth of the members of this association. Thank you very much.
We want to make the next presentation now to Professor M.M. Bassi, the CMD, University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. Please, ID, if you're in the house, would like you to please come and collect this award for him.
Professor M.M. Bassi is the Chief Medical Director of University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, Uyo. You recall that we had our NEC meeting. Yeah, no, our NEC meeting, yes, NEC meeting in January this year in Uyo. And we paid a courtesy visit to the CMD. His posture to medical lab scientists is so wonderful. In fact, even when pathologists team up and says they want to take over the lab, he stood by our colleagues and said no to it. He went further to even said he is ready to ensure that we interface with the committee of CMDs and discuss our issues with them. And he is a very wonderful person. It was on that day that I promised him that we are going to invite him to come and attend our conference. I actually communicated with him, but just like what happened with Federal Ministry of Health, he said he will be attending the National Council on Health. So he is going to send one of his staff to collect the award on his behalf. So, and that is why we are giving this. So who is giving the award?
Okay, I've just been directed to invite Obong Etukudo. This is from your zone, that you should please make this presentation on behalf of the AMLSN, on behalf of AMLSN.
The latest
Suleiman,
professor
please.
in town.
Suleiman Kaura, please.
The newest professor of medical physiology.
On behalf of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, I have the singular honor of presenting this award of excellence and service to Professor Bassi. He is worthy of this award. He is the chairman of all teaching hospitals. And when we lost our colleague, he instituted a memorial hall for that lady. So, which is something we should actually commend. So, I present this award to you on behalf of the association. And keep on being good, for it is good nature to do good. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much, the latest professor of the profession. Yes.
Thank you. As it is now,
Incredible.
please, all the awardees would like you to come up and take a photograph, please. Okay, we still have one more to give. Then later on, after all the awards have been given, we'd like all the recipients to please come up so that we'll take a group photograph for... DJ, please, I hope you're with us so that you can be giving us some background tunes.
Barry, we never see your award yet. I thought you were the permanent secretary, master ceremonies.
Oh God, I may never approve the money.
Now permanent
You know, so you no go approve them because in they leave.
No worry, your time is coming.
When 2057, I mean
wait for
2060.
your time.
When I won't wait and wait.
By this time, 30 years time.
30 years.
You will get there.
I will get there.
Just 30 years, only 30 years.
No problem. I mean, because the talk says soup come way sweet, they not the rush them.
The talk say weeping may last for the night.
Now,
But
line
if
by
you know
line, they take
hustle,
follow 'em.
if you know hustle, struggle will continue in the morning.
Please, we have an ATM card here, a lost but found ATM card. If not your own, come tell me your PIN number, your BVN. Lost but found. ATM.
All right, we have another award here to be presented to the Chief of Staff to the President. Okay, please may I humbly call on Hawa Bako to step forward to collect this award on his behalf.
However, please would like you to collect this award for Femi Gbajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to the President. For this, we would like to invite one of us to please come and collect this award, Mr. Henry Badung. Please, you're going to help us to present this award on behalf of AMLSN, please. Mr. Henry Badung, with former Director, Adamawa State Federal Medical Center. Please come and help us out and present this award.
A round of applause as he comes on stage. A round of applause for him.
Afternoon, my elders, National Executive, all other protocols observed. On behalf of the elders of this profession, I'm here to present this honorable award to the Honorable Right Honorable Femi Bajamila, the Chief of Staff to the President of National Republic of Nigeria. Sir, on behalf of your contribution to this profession, we felt you are worthy award to be given this honorable award by this honorable profession, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, MA. I present this to you on behalf of the profession to the Right Honorable Member Femi Bajamila on this day, the 18th day, 11 November 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause.
On behalf of the Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Bajamila, we appreciate the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists. And I know a lot of people will be wondering why I collected the award for Femi Bajamila. Prior to the speakership of the National Assembly, the House of Representatives, there was an argument in the social media that he was Hausa or Tajuddin Abbas was Yoruba. And the argument came that, okay, if Tajuddin is not Hausa, then Femi is not Yoruba rather, then Femi is Hausa, and the name is not Bajamila, it is Baban Jamila. So you can understand why I collected this award. Thank you.
Gaskia, our sister Bako is another comedian. I'm telling you. Honestly, since morning she just
That's the second time she's doing this.
Just a throw him from corner. Dr. Hawa, but okay, she says she should not be doctor yet. And please, all the award recipients, please, would like you all to come for a group photograph. Please, those that are present. Please, all the awardees, can you please come?
Also, those who have collected on behalf of the awardees, you can as well come on.
Please, if you know you've been given an award and you're here, can you please come so that we'll have a group photograph for record purpose. Can you please come up, please? All awardees. Both, even those that received on behalf of with the awards.
All awardees, please, can you step out on stage? All awardees, whether you're here present yourself or someone represented or you represented the awardee, please.
Okay, all awardees, both the ones who pretend like saying that the main awardees, when I just compose tomorrow, now I'm going to come, Yes, so make una learn how to receive them, Yes, so it's noisy. One day I go here say ID, Governor, Akwa Ibom State. Thank you. Yes, so the first female governor, Akwa Ibom State.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think this is the last function we are going to take now before we move straight to the AGM. So we'll have to set all the tables and set the house in order so that the AGM can kickstart. As the committee tries to make this arrangement, please, the DJ, can you please Give us those good old tunes.
Stars were like the moon, so full of love. Nothing takes the place of romance and champagne. All we need is you and me, baby. It's a joy, joy to be with you. Won't you give me? It's a joy, joy to be.
guess to say. My girl's the best and that's no lie. She tells me that I'm her only guy. That might be true, but my girl's a joy. She don't play around, she's right to the point. My girl's like candy, a candy tree. She knocks me high up off my feet.
Men, women, boys, and girls. The headlines there. If you wanna be rich, then you better make sure that you got your shit. Oh, come on. Hit it. Hot off the press. For everybody here, we're gonna do our best to make you holler and make you scream. I heard it on the news, it's an incredible scene. I just got the word. I tell you this, connecting everybody I heard to make you party and make you sweat. Even gonna feel it through your TV set. I said the headlines, headlines. Have you heard it? Headlines, headlines. Hit it. Special shows reward. It's rocking in your body, paper jamming the sport. It makes your body so wet. A devastating rhythm that you never forget. I just got the news. Got it printed in the paper, everything that you do. You wanna party with rock and roll? That's a hot news tip for your radio. It's the headlines. Tell me, have you heard it? Headlines. Read all about it, baby. Headlines. 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 Hit it. Here's the dirt. I'm talking.
Yeah, check it out, man. That's your boy Akon. You know it's that official convict. And right now you got a lock right here with DJ Neptune.
I'm talking.
DJ.
Okay. Well, I want to welcome you to this moment. Manasin Garkua Rubino, past president. We had been announcing your name yesterday, but you are not here yesterday. But we are happy that you have joined us. Welcome, sir. Please, we have ended the conference. We are moving into another section. And this section is our annual general meeting. This section is purely for medical lab scientists. We appreciate other non-medical lab scientists that have participated in our conference, but we have ended the conference. So we are going into an indoor meeting, discussion, and this one is strictly for our members. So please, hello, just hold on first. Let it be that all the people that are inside are medical lab scientists. Okay? Because these are actually our documents. So we don't want it to. Well, so, yes, so please, our members, can you look at yourself, look at your neighbors, and try to find out whether he's a medical lab scientist. And you also find out where he's working. And find out his RA or RF. And the school he attended. An MLS ID. Okay. Yes. So, and you know, we may need to also present to them because we have challenge in printing the other booklet. In fact, yes, they finished the people doing the financial report. It was on. We can get some. Let's get some people to distribute them. No, but we need to know who are doing it so that they can do it uniformly. You know, you can give it. So we have a problem. These ones are just our scorecard. The other one they just finished, and in fact the printing they were saying we should get it around. I didn't even know that this thing was going to take. I would have given it to them. They were very expensive because they are going to do direct printing. Each copy will be going for 1,000. Is it 1,500? Yes, the soft copy is ready. So they will, yes. So they will read the copy. They will read it. They will, yes. And you know, my problem is that I didn't want to put it on WhatsApp because it will go to other platforms. The minutes are for our own consumption. So what I said is that people should give their email. This thing can be sent to their email. Do you understand? Yes. But I don't want it to be, yes. I don't want it to be on WhatsApp. Yes. So we have that challenge. So, but I will throw it to them so that they can now look at it. You understand? So they have this thing now. So let them focus even the minutes, focus the agenda. You understand? Is there? So I will just apologize and then tell them these are the challenges. It's a very big one. Very one. Very big one. I'm telling you, this thing they just finished on Thursday. You understand? On Thursday. And I get it before. You know, the thing they were doing, it was very expensive, and then the way they were giving it. I was even saying even 300, but they were saying that it will be around 4 p.m. before we get it.
I didn't know that the team would. You say it's coming, and it's not available. Honestly. So, and these are part of the things. You know, the team, they came, but they were unable to. No, they were very. Hmm? Well, but there is nothing one can do about it. I cannot. He was, honestly, well, but no problem. But we will still send it. It's not that. We will still send it. Yes, we will send it, and in fact, it's just because of the delay. And you know, when they cost, they were saying you should. This one you will be paying like. You can't wait. You can't wait waste money like that. Yeah? Anyway, yes. I'm telling you. So let them wait. Let them propose the electronic copy of the agenda. They are there now. Huh? The thing was just somehow. Telling you. Yeah? President, sir, can we continue sharing? This one, yes. Share this. Share it. But still give them. Honestly, my major problem was just. These people are, yes. To me, is that they would have even focused their attendance. Because we have even prepared it in form of a mini. Yes.
Marketing is disclosed to you.
No. Let them program it. Where are you? Oh, okay. So I thought that you are bringing them here. Huh? Okay, you are bringing them here, right? Then please, when they come, you will have to go to LG. That's LG. I'll give you a phone number. Do you know that we have produced this thing, even in form of this? You know that it was not possible for us to do it. So I will just. Yeah. Okay, see, this is. No, the program is like this. Yes, everything, even all these things are there. This is even the agenda. That's what I'm saying. Then maybe later on. In fact, it's just because of this thing. Because I just know that they are our documents. They will say no. Yes. If they say, because the time we had some, some challenges, and me, I don't want to just use, because they were using that thing he now charge us a booklet like this is going for 2,000 just because it's an emergency. So me, I cannot.
They don't have soft copy. I don't know who is it. Maybe the secretary or yourself can go and because I think the other I've got them.
No, we want to focus this thing.
Good evening, distinguished elders, honorable colleagues. The AGM is about to commence in earnest. We have limited copies of the AGM brochure still available. I want to prioritize state chairman. If you're a state chairman and you've not gotten a copy of the brochure, kindly signify so that a copy can be given to you. State chairman, please. State chairman. We're prioritizing state chairman, so. Thank you.
Yeah, they want to take out this one.
Still charming everywhere. So,
No, I wanted them. Yes. Have they finished? Okay, you still have more. Okay, bring more. Bring. Yeah, I know that. It's just the intention is that 12 noon. 12 midnight. 12 midnight. It's the election day. Election.